The new social housing program is the difference between a dream and reality. The government, through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, is building hope, one home at a time.
Denise Williams here, inviting you to join us on Financially Focused, the ultimate destination for go-getters who are ready to take the step-by-step actions to master your finances and create a family legacy. Tune in, watch, take notes, and participate to discover the strategies of our expert guests who provide invaluable guidance and powerful coaching tools to supercharge your financial journey.
Tune in to Financially Focused, Thursdays at 8:30 p.m. only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Jamaica has more than 28 species of birds, land snails, reptiles, amphibians, and hundreds of flowering plants that are only found in Jamaica. I am Marlon Samuels. Join me to learn more about Jamaica's native and endemic flora and fauna.
Know your natives and endemics. Sundays at 11:15 a.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Jamaica's agriculture is on the move and the world is watching. This September, discover how sustainable agribusiness, global reach, local impact is transforming our future. At JAIF 2025, the Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, explore financing opportunities, forge powerful partnerships, and connect with global markets ready for Jamaican products. Join us in Montego Bay, September 17 to 19, and plant the seed that will take your agribusiness to the next level. Register today at agribizjamaica.com. Let's grow Jamaica's agricultural future together.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know we're there. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules setter. Keep everything fair so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Come with us to Lime Tree Lane, where life is sometimes sour, but sometimes sweet.
Oh, I was in the bar yesterday, trying to convert over to man. Oh. Why if you're right enough and you cut it off, boss? And same time, the two of them just hold me down and cut the hand.
Have a laugh and settle into Lime Tree Lane. Join us Mondays to Fridays at 7 a.m.
And when they done their feet for you. You understand me? No wonder the boy was having a high. No, come back here. Where do you think you're going?
Let me go check in bed.
Only on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Get ready to be inspired. Join us on PBCJ's Giving Hearts, the show that celebrates kindness, compassion, and generosity.
So we try to give books, shoes, lunch snacks, and uniform allowance.
We'll share powerful stories of individuals and organizations making a difference across the island each week.
My mother and I felt the need to keep helping children with special needs and other children.
From ordinary people doing extraordinary things to organizations driving positive change.
And we haul up garbage, whether with our nets, hooks, picks.
Giving Hearts will warm your heart and inspire you to take action. Don't miss Giving Hearts, airing Sundays at 8 p.m. with a rebroadcast on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. exclusively on PBCJ.
the scanner was not working and persons could not use their ID. Why didn't the ECG make arrangements for persons to just use their ID just in case the system failed?
No, that was in place. You know, at one point we paused of about 4 of the 7 constituencies. Bear in mind, now we have 63 constituencies. Therefore, the assessment must be looked at the entire execution of the election across the island. In those 7 constituencies, we have an issue in terms of the machine. We paused and then went to the manual system in terms of 4 constituencies. The other 3 continued and it flowed properly. So I said we're going to do the assessment in terms of all the issues and we'll see where we go from there.
We're still waiting on the final voter turnout this evening. Can you say if we can the final voter turnout?
We are telling the final vote now up to 3 p.m. It was approximately 30%. So we continue to that. In a short while, you know the total turnout for the day.
Thank you so much, Director of Elections, Glasspool Brown. And of course, we'll have some more updates with you as soon as possible.
Thank you so much. And, I just saw the results for St. Thomas Eastern on screen. But again, that kind of went by a little fast. We're just looking at 5 boxes counted so far.
I think based on my screen here, it's 3.9% voted there. 166 for the JLP, 201 for the PNP. 3.9% of the votes counted in St. Thomas Eastern at the moment.
St. Anne Southeastern, just 1 box of 131. Kenneth Russell of the PNP with 44 votes. Adian Peart, I think we saw this before, so we're still at the one box, haven't progressed.
Dion, before we get further into the numbers, I wanted to take you back or to take a little bit of a human interest to look at 3 of the candidates. You mentioned Joan Gordon Webley, who is now running in West Rural St. Andrew. She won East Rural St. Andrew for the Jamaica Labour Party in 1980. I think she is one of 3 active politicians or candidates now who are survivors from that 1980 election.
Wow.
It is Joan Gordon Webley, Ed Bartlett, and Dr. Horace Chang. Those were the Young Turks. I think they were among the youngest of the candidates in 1980. This is 45 years later. And so I just thought that this is an interesting thought. We tend sometimes to look down on people who get to a certain age. But the fact that these 3 persons from 1980 are still with us is for the people. It's for the people to decide whether they want to persist with them.
And interestingly, with Joan Gordon Webley as well, she contested East Rural St. Andrew in, I think, 2016 against Damien Crawford when she was a member of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yes.
And it is 2011, yes. And it is fascinating now that she has crossed the floor from the Jamaica Labour Party and is no longer in East Rural. Remember Damien Crawford, as well as I said, went up in East Rural. Then he moved to Portland Eastern, and now he is in St. Catherine Northwest seeking to take the seat that Hugh Graham had, which is Bobby Pickersgill's old seat. But here's Joan Gordon Webley putting up a fight against Olympian Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, and by the early numbers here, very, very early at this stage, but the PNP seems to be leading in that constituency. I'll pull that up in just a
another
moment.
quick point about the history of West Rural.
Hold on, Earl. I think Ron was
I just want to point out that she ran in 2011, Joan Gordon Webley, for the Labour Party, lost to Damien Crawford. And she ran in 2016 for the PNP in East Rural St. Andrew, and now she's over in West Rural St. Andrew.
Yeah. Did she run 2016 in East, or was it Imani?
2020.
Imani was in East Rural in 2016 against
and then Joan was here in 2020 against Juliet.
Something else that's fascinating about West Rural is that, like Joan Gordon Webley, who is a crossover from the JLP, Dr. Mavis Gilmore and Madame Rose Leon, both of them represented both the PNP and the JLP.
That's right.
Both of them ran in West Rural St. Andrew.
And in Central Kingston, that rich history you spoke about earlier on, because I think Central Kingston was one of the original 32. Madame Rose Leon has interest and has represented in Central Kingston as well, which is part of the reason I think the PNP wants to make sure that that seat comes home. But as I mentioned a moment ago, the early numbers for West Rural, I'm seeing 5.7% votes counted so far, JLP 379, PNP through Joan Gordon Webley is now at 483. Yeah, but for me, watching West Rural, it really depends on where the boxes are coming from, and we never have an indication on that because Brandon Hill is the PNP's bastion in West Rural, St. Andrew. So if that's where they're coming then.
Hold that thought for a moment. Let's go back into the field. Jamila Maitland on location. Jamila, go ahead for me. Where are you? And tell us what's going on. Okay, we'll get back to her in just a moment. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP, 176. Natalie Nita Garvey, 165. Clifford, you looked as if you were coming in just now.
I was just thinking most of these seats that are like in this traditional PNP seats, they don't shake me or I think are shaking the party because it's just the P's that are coming in. So most of these seats we aren't really worried about. We're just like by an hour or two, I guess we'll see where we are in general.
So center run, just second.
Yeah. But on the point with Joan Gordon Weebly, I think she's one of those women or just people in general that has an aptitude to serve no matter where they go. So it doesn't matter if she switched sides with you, she just wants to serve.
Wow, that's you practice that spin.
No.
To jump in on that as well, work is being done in the Brandon Hill division.
So hold on one sec. This is the West Rural St. Andrew. Joan Gordon Webley, 8 boxes of 144.83. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, 379. George Roach, 1 vote, and that's 8 boxes of 140. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the Brandon Hill division is predominantly, the PNP usually gets their numbers out there. But in the last election, they got 1537 to the Labour Party, 1307 in the COVID election. The Labour Party in 2016 got 1451. So you can see that work is being done in that seat and in that division to close that margin that the PNP usually have in the Brandon Hill division. But as you know, Lawrence Tavern, Stony Hill, Red Hills is strong Labour Party territories, and that is what will take us home tonight in West Rural St. Andrew.
You won all the 4 divisions in the local government election.
Hold on 1 second from everybody. Let's go back to Jamila.
It's a party-like atmosphere outside the Gregory Park Primary School here in St. Catherine East Central. Incumbent, the Alanda Terrelov, rather, is going up against the PNP's Raymond Price. We also have an independent candidate here, Casey on Radcliffe from the JPP. Now, the Jamaica Labour Party's supporters are seemingly having an early celebration here while the ballots are being counted on the inside. There is a steady but consistent support here from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Police officers are up ahead. On the other side of this crowd, you'll have the PNP supporters who are underneath their tent as well, taking it easy. But as you see, the celebration is really here with the JLP supporter. Now, this particular constituency is interesting because it's one of those steady but swing seats rather, and so the PNP rather would want to take the seat. Now, in this division, in this constituency, there are 3 divisions. Southborough, you have Portmore Pines and Gregory Park. In Portmore Pines, that is where the PNP support is large, and that is where they're trying to get more of their supporters to come out to see if they could make a difference. In Gregory Park, however, there's an equal number of PNP and JLP supporters here. As I said, on the other hand, the PNP supporters are there having their own party. We're going to walk through the crowd to get a little bit of the excitement that we're seeing. Lots of music, jubilation in the streets, while the final ballot is being counted on the inside. We're making our way through the crowd here outside the Gregory Park Primary School in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay, well, everybody obviously enjoying themselves there. We haven't so far seen any official results coming there. And we have St. Catherine South here, 6 boxes of 150. The PNP's Fitzjackson 380. The JLP's, okay, Delroy Dobney, I think that was. St. Catherine North Central, 4 boxes of 108. Neil Powell of the JLP 176. Natalie Nita Garvey 165. Carlton Bailey with 1 vote here. And we haven't progressed in Kingston Central, still seeing that 1 box out of the 80. We've been seeing that for a little while. And of course, a lot of times you see this happen and then suddenly you're at 80 or 90% of the count. So we can expect that that's going to be happening shortly.
Right.
East Kingston and Port Royal, 2 boxes of 91.
We don't need to hear that one. Well, you know,
let's not have our listeners feel that we have forgotten.
But it was what by the JLP once.
But once, never again.
1980.
Not likely. St. James South at the moment we're watching that. We're really expecting that that's one of the seat, Clifford, that you have to take back. 3.6% of the vote counted.
The problem, Emily, is that what we have here on either side are 2 people who are emphatic that they're confident.
Yes.
They never take back their seat and they never hold on to their seat.
Yes.
So I don't know.
It's a good thing we don't listen exclusively to them because we come with independent analyses. So it's 3.6% of the votes counted. JLP 198. PNP 243. So the PNP is leading there at the moment. But again, it depends on the division that those boxes are coming from. So we're watching Westmoreland Eastern, a seat you need to take as well. At the moment, officially, 5.7% counted. And the PNP is leading by 6 votes, 259. To the JLP's 253. That's Dr. Dayton Campbell against Daniel Lawrence in the constituency of former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson. Yeah.
Eastern Portland, 2 boxes of 140. Anne-Marie Vaz, 195. Isaac Buchanan, 103. Tracy and Gillespie Harris, no votes so far. So that's just 2 boxes there out of Portland Eastern.
Can I just jump in to say, St. James Southern, right?
Yes.
If you look at the data, in 2016, Labour Party, 6,216. But you notice in the COVID election, we would have increased our numbers in that seat, 7,245 votes. So a lot of work has been done in that seat. We expect the Labour Party to have a good showing there this evening.
We're going to go to break, but just before that, we asked members of the public how important they think this election is to them. Take a look.
Important have this election been to you?
Well, it's very important to me, you know, boss. You see me, because I want this thing to go ahead of we, you know, you see me? You don't know. We want to get rid of what we get rid and put up a put in. And you understand me? I say the thing the right way.
Choose Jamaica our time. Yeah, Andrew Honest do a lot. I say, I know I say Mark going with a plan. Him don't have a plan. Andrew Honest have a whole heap of plan. Whole heap of plan Andrew Honest have. And tell you something good to me. I fly from foreign, come to Jamaica just for this.
This election is very important as a young person because the future of Jamaica is rested in Mark Golding, who is the leader of the People's National Party.
Important because to make all of the young people them eat food and I do better. What I mean? And to do a lot to Jamaica. Wow, your favorite sunshine granola.
and you walk through the door. It hurt me so. Said it so, baby. And you look at me and you say goodbye. You made me cry. Said you made me cry. Crying. So listen to me while I say to you, breaking up is hard to do. Everybody knows. I know, no, they don't do it. Oh, baby.
I think we need to be testing these machines way before we go into the actual day. I think some of the other things that I heard people talking about too was that a lot of the workers weren't really aware of the process. So I'm not sure what the training that went into, you know, the day happening. So I think there are lots of things that were at play, and I think just the little details, like just little comfort things that we can do. You know, if we know that there's a station where the inside is small, so people will be gathering outside a lot. You know, maybe add a little tent, you know, some chair, just like, you know, just little things that we can do to, even if you have to wait a long time, at least I'm sitting down, you know, at least it's a little shade. So I'm not just standing in the sun. So I think there's lots of little detailed things that we can do where even if the technology part of it is failing, at least people are comfortable with it.
Well, I was standing in the sun. Diego, what would you say to the EOJ about the long wait that some people would have had to experience?
Right. So I think, speaking from experience, what I experienced today, I went to the polling station, and something that I noticed is that there are a lot of elderly persons at the stations. A challenge is that there isn't enough persons there to assist them in getting their ballots, space, as she said, to sit. These are some of the issues that they had. So I think there needs to be a suitable amount of persons allocated to assist these kind of persons, because we talked about younger persons in terms of, you know, the process for them, but we also need to look at the older persons who in some instances make up the majority of the voters. So we need to I think allocate spaces for them, be it personnel, seating areas, the technology also to assist them in getting their votes a bit quicker, because the thing is, they're not as technologically inclined as us younger persons, so there's a greater challenge for them. So in terms of maneuvering, moving into the polling stations, the long wait lines, the longer process and that kind of stuff, I think needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I think I had similar challenges as it relates to older folks as well. I had a number of them in the line where I was, and there was no seating arrangement there. And of course, I listened to the worker from the EOJ telling every single person at she took her time to read the instructions. When I went in, I said to her, please do not read me the instructions. I just need to vote and leave. I've been here too long. But a question I have for you, starting with you, Diego, what issue or what 3 issues stood out for you in this election that made you think, this is the party I would choose to give my vote?
All right, so my issues really stemmed from policy. So I looked at 3 fronts. Well, literally as debate happened, so the social issues, the economics, and then the general look at the leadership in terms of the organization of the party. So in terms of like policy, currently I wouldn't say I'm formally employed, but in terms of the income tax threshold, how the finances of the country is being managed, the proposals going forward for the financial stability of the country. That's something that I thought was very important. And then secondly, looking at the social aspect of it, how persons go about in daily lives, how we interact with each other. That's something I think needs to have more focus, especially when you look at in schools, how kids are interacting with each other. We have well, not as much as post-COVID or pre-COVID, where you had a high amount of violence in schools. That's something that needs to be looked at. So the education parts, the social and education, how that intertwines. And then on the leadership, not specifically the leader of the party, but the structure of the party, which party seemed more organized. That's something that I took into consideration,
So on the leader, before you continue, the statutory declarations, that point was a pain point for the Jamaica Labour Party as relates to leadership, and the PNP harped on that point throughout the season. Did that affect you in your thought process?
For me personally, it did, because I think as a leader of any democratic country, you need to convince the people, because actually first point, people inherently see politicians as corrupt, right? Either way you look at it. So they ask the regular persons, they might not care, because they might say, them say him corrupt, but it might also corrupt when more covert with it. So I think, especially as a leader of a country, that's something that needs to be addressed. The Prime Minister said that he's not under any investigation, he has not been charged with anything, and so on and so forth. So, but still, it's in the media, persons are very attentive to it. So I think the People's National Party pointing that out successively leading up to the leadership debate, I think was fair game.
Well, that's all the time we have for now. We're going for a quick break, and of course when we are back we'll have a lot more. It's the race to 32, and we're here eager. I think Saeed said pollsters, politicians and voters, but I think the media may be a little bit more eager to get the results. So stick with us right here on the race to 32.
Jamaica's agriculture is on the move, and the world is watching. This September, discover how sustainable agribusiness, global reach, local impact is transforming our future. At JAVE 2025, the Jamaica Agribusiness Investment Forum, explore financing opportunities, forge powerful partnerships, and connect with global markets ready for Jamaican products.
Join us in Montego Bay, September 17 to 19, and plant the seed that will take your agribusiness to the next level. Register today at agribizjamaica.com. Let's grow Jamaica's agricultural future together.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules that keep everything fair, so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Send it. There's something in combat. Back to sender!
Miracles await and miracles abound. Tune in every Sunday at 7 a.m. for your share of the Miracle Revival Hour with Reverend Dr. Blair. Come for the word, stay for the worship. Right here on PBCJ.
Miracle worker, work one for me.
Join us as we navigate this interwoven landscape, discovering how every portfolio and agency under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation play a crucial role in national development, from housing to land. NWC, why I don't have any water in my tap, to infrastructure and investment. So the government is not giving away any assets.
No, Danny.
All right.
Not at all.
Let's unravel the threads of success as we explore the MedJC Matrix.
Greet the Sabbath day with bliss and an open heart. Join the People's Station for the Andrews Memorial Seventh-day Adventist Church service every Saturday at 9 a.m. on PBCJ.
BGLC, the regulator, everybody. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules setter. Keep everything fair so the game play better. Betting, gaming and lotteries commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
The National Family Planning Board now presents a parenting tip from Ralph Waldo Emerson. Men are what their mothers made them.
PBCJ's Studio National is an excellent soundstage with a reputation for producing superior acoustics. Equipped with blue and green screens, it facilitates digital insertion of visual effects and exciting backgrounds in post-production. Studio National is the largest drive-in studio in the English-speaking Caribbean. Yes, you can actually drive a vehicle right onto the studio floor. With over 4,000 square feet of floor space, the studio can easily be transformed. It has hosted a wide variety of live and recorded productions, including Digital Rising Stars, Schools Challenge Quiz, gospel concerts, the TEF Tourism Debate Competition, and election night coverage. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was a location for Reggae Sumfest and has hosted several reggae concerts, has hosted workshops, launches, town hall meetings, and over the years has been home to several TV dramas, including Oliver at Large and Lime Tree Lane. In addition to the rental of the studio, we can furnish a full crew to shoot and edit your production. So for your next major live or recorded event, or as a location to shoot films, programs, and commercials, PBCJ's Studio National is your best option. For smaller productions, you can book our more compact studio, Studio B. For bookings, call 876-665-7225 or email prod_pbcj@pbcjamaica.org.
BGLC, the regulator, everybody. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know where they are. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules setter. Keep everything fair so the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Come with us to Lime Tree Lane, where life is sometimes sour, but sometimes sweet.
Oh, I was in the bar yesterday, trying to convert over two man, and my hand make mistake and bungs down them drinks. And the other one said to me, "Why if you right enough and you cut it off, boss?" And same time, the two of them just hold me down and cut the hand.
Have a laugh and settle into Lime Tree Lane. Join us Mondays to Fridays at 7 a.m.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi? Day 3, you'll feel your
we're back with you with TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections. Before we go back to some more results as well as our panel, let's go to PNP headquarters with Dwayne Anderson.
People familiar with the geographical layout of St. Andrew will know that the PNP's headquarters here on Old Hope Road is smack in the middle of what you call a PNP Bastille here in southeastern St. Andrew. And I say that because with each passing minute, the PNP supporters are just flooding into here, just glancing at the crowd right now. I'd say about 400 or 500 people are here, and they're here confident that their party is going to win tonight. But among the people here tonight is my colleague from the Gleaner, senior reporter Kimon Francis. Kimon, you were on the road today. You went in parts of St. Catherine, parts of St. Andrew and Kingston. What did you observe specifically in those battleground seats?
It was a bit strange today, and I say strange in the sense that customarily in elections you see the parties' bases, they're out in their numbers. Today I had to literally go into the garrisons, deep into the garrisons, to see the base and to hear from them. What I saw in a lot of the communities was really the middle income earners, working class, upper middle.
Give me a minute, Kimon. Sorry, we're doing a live on TV, so could you just step back and give me a couple minutes, please? Thank you. You can speak to me afterwards. Kimon, you were saying about the middle-class voters?
Right, we were seeing middle-income earners, upper middle income, just lining up, waiting for hours to vote. We didn't see much of the base support, as I said previously.
Continue speaking, it's fine.
Interestingly, when I spoke to a senior member of the People's National Party, what they said to me was that we have 14 and the goal is to keep that 14, and we're really looking at 21 more minimum to add to that to take us across the line.
No, we've been hearing complaints left, right and center about slow voting, low turning. It's fine, thank you very much. But one particular thing that we must note that here in Jamaica is that employers are required and encouraged to send home their workers a little bit early so they can vote. While coming through Western St. Andrew in particular on Spanish Town Road, we saw this massive build-up of traffic where I'm imagining some voters would have been in that traffic. You were able to find out what was going on. What happened for those 2-3 hours where people were just stuck in traffic?
Well, what was happening was that supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, I don't want to say clash, but they met. And what I saw was actually a sight for sore eyes, given our history. They were dancing. So the police were working to try and clear the traffic, but not aggressively. They wanted people to interact, but it did cause, a pileup.
Thank you. Kimon and I, we're here at the PNP's headquarters, and I'm imagining based on how slow the voting is going, we could be here until around midnight or 1 a.m., but we'll be sure to bring you whatever newsworthy happens. It's back to you in the studio. Dion.
Thank you so much, Dwayne. Well, as we were saying earlier, though, a lot of times what you have is you have this very slow period, and then all of a sudden the results just start pouring in, a tsunami of results a lot of the time. We're not quite at that point yet, so when we look at a lot of the results, so for instance, we're seeing East Portland on the screen there. We've been stuck at this particular result for a little while, just 2 boxes. And here we go. I don't think we've read this before. We have St. Ann Northeastern, 17 boxes of 147, Matthew Samuda of the JLP with 885, Ryan Simpson of the PNP with 686. And Emily, let me ask you to take the next couple of results.
Right, so this is Trelawney Northern. 16 of 146 boxes counted. Earl, I think you're in better eyesight than I am at the moment.
Yes. October Hamilton, 928.
Let me hand over the baton properly to you, Earl.
Yes.
Take the baton, Earl.
October Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662. So she has 58%, and he has, well, let's move on to Trelawney Southern. 186 for Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, and Paul Patmore of the PNP, 156. That is 5 boxes of 96.
And we expect Marissa Dalrymple Philibert to hold that.
7 boxes out of 120 in Manchester Southern. Peter Bunting, 651 to Ian Ives, 439. So that's 59.6 to 40.2%. And the independent Karen Scott, she got 2 votes. Manchester Central, interesting one. Donovan Mitchell of the PNP, 809 votes to Rhoda Crawford of the JLP, 731. 13 of 139 boxes. Manchester North Western, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 220 votes, and Damian Young of the JLP, 167 votes. Tricia Stewart Angus still at 1 vote. So Michael Phillips has 56.7% of the votes to Damian Young, 43%. Trelawney Northern, we're back there, and it's 16 of 146 boxes. Has it moved? Tover Hamilton, 928 to Wickham McNeil, 662, 58% to 42%. Maybe I should make a point about Peter Bunting and Southern Manchester, but not specifically about Manchester Southern, but just Peter Bunting's career. Should he win tonight, he would be one of a very small number of persons, if he's not unique, to have won 3 different seats in Parliament. Started in Clarendon East, Southeast, then went to Manchester Central, and now in Manchester South.
Let me just throw in a quick apology for my viewers. We haven't been attributing the votes to the Jamaica Progressive Party. Those are the candidates that you're seeing coming up with a symbol of the praying hands behind them. They're actually not independents. They are members of the Jamaica Progressive Party, which fielded a number of candidates in the election. So my apologies to the party and the viewers for that. Yes, sir.
So we're now in Westmoreland Eastern, 7 boxes of 123, and you have Dayton Campbell leading, just so, with 259 votes to Daniel Lawrence of the JLP, 253. So that's 49.6% to 48.5%. And, well, St. Elizabeth North Western, Andrew Morris of the JLP, 76%, that is 697 votes to Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 213 votes, that's 23%, and Mr. Edwards, Jason Edwards, he is 3%, 3 votes.
The Jamaica Progressive
Party. St. Elizabeth North Eastern, Delroy Slowly, the incumbent, 444 votes to Zulika Jess, 147, and Joseph Pattison, he is 0 votes, and the JDP candidate 0 votes as well. So Delroy Slowly is comfortably ahead at the moment. St. Catherine East Central, Orlando Terrelong, 84 votes, Raymond Price, 54 votes.
We've been stuck here.
1 box out of 98.
Yeah, this has been coming up. We've been stuck here.
Well, this is one of the seats that the PNP needs to wrestle back tonight if they hope to win this election. Very crucial seat for them. Orlando Terrelong, I think, is looking for his third term. Third term at the moment, and it's not the first time he's facing Raymond Price. Raymond Price is always a great challenger. So we'll see what happens tonight.
St. Thomas Western, 6 of 163 boxes, and you have Hubert Williams of the PNP with 290 votes, and James Robertson, 229. Carleen Affleck of the JDP, 1 vote.
Hubert Williams, former mayor, and James Robertson, of course, several times up to bat. Okay, we've seen some progress here. St. Thomas Eastern, 28 boxes of 128. The PNP's Yvonne Shaw at 1,294. The JLP's Michelle Charles, 1,158. Claudius Wong at 11 votes. Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 5 votes. So that's 28 of 128. That's about what? Sorry, I tried to do the maths and the maths now maths. All right, so let me move on. Manchester Southern, 8 boxes of 120. The PNP's Peter Bunting, 739 votes. Have we moved here?
I don't think so.
I don't think this moved. The JLP's Ian Ives, 479.
No.
Okay, I think it just moved as
this is a final.
Hold on.
120 of 120.
Okay, it kind of shifted on us there. So this is a complete result. And this is 120. Can we go back to that, please?
All right.
Can we go back to that? That's 120 out of 120. So that, there you go. So Peter Bunting has won Manchester Southern for the People's National Party, 8,573 votes, so 7,903 for Ian Ives.
So
Karen Scott, 21. Quick comment, everybody.
We have to say that Peter Bunting has made history.
Yes.
As Earl has just pointed out, he's the first man in Jamaica's history since 1944 to have won a seat in 3 different constituencies, first in Southeast, Clarendon, and then in Central Manchester, and now in South Manchester. Looking here as well, I see we're northwestern St. Elizabeth by the Electoral Office of Jamaica's numbers. Andrew Morris of the JLP has taken that over Patricia Scarlett Forrester, 5,555 versus 3,821 with 100% counted. When I look at Hanover, Westmoreland, 2 constituencies in Hanover, the PNP is leading in both of those at the moment, and it is leading in the 3 Westmoreland seats at the moment. We'll give you the breakdown very soon as to the number of boxes counted, but Eastern has 89.4% counted. Dr. Dayton Campbell is out, 6,595 out in front, ahead of the incumbent Daniel Lawrence, who is trailing with 5,012, with only about 10% of the votes to come in for Eastern Westmoreland.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 71 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 3,700. Can we go back to that? Okay, we lost that. Western Westmoreland, okay, let's move on. 8 boxes of 138. The PNP is Ian Hales, 411. I don't feel we've moved here. Garfield James of the JLP, 351. This feels like one we've seen before.
There was movement in Central Manchester. I don't know whether we could go back to that one.
So.
Significant movement in Central Manchester.
All right, we have here St. Elizabeth Northeast, 86 boxes out of 125. The PNP's Zalika Jess leading here, 5,504. The JLP's Delroy Slowly, 5,278. Sean Mary, 10 votes. Joseph Pattison. Sean Mary of the Progressive Party has 10 votes. Joseph Pattison of the UIC has 8 votes. So this is 86 boxes out of 125 for St. Elizabeth Northeast.
What is this? Clarendon Northwest. This is where newbie.
Hold on 1 second. We have a completed. Oh yes, you read this already. My apologies. Go ahead, Emily. That's St. Elizabeth Northwest, but you had shared that with us already.
Right. So Northwestern. This is where Warren Newby of the JLP is up against Richard Azan. 91.7% of the votes counted. Richard Azan is leading 6,356 to Newby's 5,895. Not many boxes there left to go. We'll come back to that in just a moment.
Okay, let's see what's next. Anybody sweating here on either side of the table?
Holding on for.
I'm drinking tea. Them a drink tea, viewers and listeners. Them a drink tea. Always a good thing to do.
Yes.
Yes, when you're a Jamaican, you don't know what to do, drink tea.
So you needed to, Clifford, you needed to take South Manchester, which is the first JLP tree to fall tonight. And Peter Bunting has done that.
Yes.
Yeah, as I said, you're leading in all of Western Jamaica at the moment, and it looks as if for Eastern, that Dr. Dayton Campbell will reclaim that for the People's National Party, but the numbers are a little early in Central and in Western. Yeah, so your thoughts on taking South Manchester?
I mean, I think that was already a given for us. We already had as a comfortable take. Books, really, truly. I don't think there's anybody that really thought that the JP would have held on to a seat as like South Manchester. I think it's similar with South St. James as well.
Well, Eastern St. Andrew, which you needed to take as well, 91% of the votes counted. Fable Williams, 6,490. to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 5,398. You ready to give that up? 9% of the boxes to be counted, but she's leading by just a shade under 900, 800, 900 thereabouts. So
I think a seat like that is something that goes down to the wire, down to the last count. I think there's possible headways we can make, and probably we will make in that seat.
Okay, we're going over to EOJ. Let's go over to EOJ with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. Now, I know you've been providing the latest numbers to our viewers, but we just saw a significant jump in the numbers here at the ECJ. Now, right behind me, I can see some of the constituencies where the counting has been completed. Manchester Southern, one of those constituencies that we have been watching closely. We're now seeing the People's National Party in that constituency 8,573 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's 7,903 votes. I know this is a lot for our viewers to digest, so I'll not go through every one of them, but now looking at another one where I'm seeing that the counting has been completed. St. Elizabeth Northwestern, we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party 5,555 votes and the People's National Party 3,831 votes. Now, I'll get back to that board in a bit in another update, but right now I'm joined with my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. Karen, thank you so much for joining me. I know today we've been hearing about the concerns about persons being in line for hours. I voted in Southern St. Catherine. I got there around 10:18. I didn't leave until around 10:45. Some people may say it doesn't seem long, but there are only two persons in front of me. And what was your experience?
My experience is similar to yours, Kalisha. Same constituency. I voted at Belmont Park Primary School, a very busy polling station with probably about 15 PDs. So when I got there just after 7 o'clock, my mantra is early voting. So I got there just after 7 o'clock. When I got there, I joined a line outside the polling division, the polling station, which was very unusual. Probably about 15 or 17 people in that line. And then we went inside and had to line up again in front of your particular PD. And we were there in the steaming sun. It took about 40 minutes for the process to be completed, and everybody in the line was also saying that, and many experienced voters were saying that, that this is very, very unusual.
Okay, thank you so much, Karen. I'm going to go back to the board a bit, and we're seeing the People's National Party is leading in 30 constituencies, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies. And as I mentioned earlier, we've seen a significant jump in terms of the progress in each constituency. Moving now to even St. Andrew Southeastern, where 89% of the boxes counted there. We're seeing the People's National Party 4,710 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party 2,827 votes. Going back to another constituency, I'm going down now to, St. Andrew Northeastern, where 94% of the boxes have been counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party leading in that constituency, 4,883 votes to the People's National Party's 3,555 votes. Karen, anything, and I know you covered in 2020, are you seeing anything that is really, I know there are some seats we've been watching closely, 12 of which, the Jamaica Labour Party won in 2020 that it hadn't won in years. Was there a particular constituency you were watching closely coming into this election?
Yes, certainly. I grew up in East Rural St. Andrew, so that's always a seat that is of interest to me. So I was watching that as among the seats that I was watching. I expected things to be different. I'm not an election expert by any means, but I expected things to be different in a non-COVID times as it was in 2020.
Thank you so much, my colleague from the Gleaner, Karen Madden. And Dion, of course, I'll have some more updates for you when you join me in the next live report. Reporting from the ECJ, I'm Kalisha Williams. It's back to you, Dion, in studio.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. And just to repeat what Kalisha just said in terms of the latest seats, what should I say, where they're leaning, JLP leading at this moment in 33, PNP leading in 30. We have up St. Andrew East Rural, but this is from way back when. I suspect the counting has changed significantly here. This is 3 boxes of 137. PNP's Okay, let's go to St. Thomas Western, 26 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1223. The PNP's Hubert Williams, now 1060. And Carleen Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. Okay, let's take a break and we'll come back. We'll get some more comment and lots more results. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. So let me just do a temperature check first with our two politicals. And Clifford, you first. How are you feeling right now? What you're seeing?
We're feeling good. We're leading currently in the western part of the country, and as well as it goes.
Your voice gone low.
I was saying we're leading in the western part of the country, and as the saying goes, huh?
It's not that you feel
No,
weak.
man, definitely strong over here, very strong. As the saying goes, where the west goes, the country goes. So we're hoping. And
100 ahead of Patricia Duncan Sutherland with just 10 boxes left to count in Eastern St. Andrew. Favour Williams at this stage. I don't know any pundit who would have predicted that the race would have
15% of the boxes counted. The JLP has 991, that's Franklin Witter. And the PNP, that's Norman Scott, yeah, has 1,004. 15% of the boxes counted. So we're watching. I think we can safely say that Northeast St. Andrew has been won by Delroy Chuck, based on the numbers here in Northeast St. Andrew with 93.7% of the boxes counted. He's at 4,884 to Stacey Knight's 3,556, 93.7% of the boxes counted. And also for Southeast St. Anne, where Matthew Samuda is the incumbent there, it looks by the numbers here that we can safely say that Matthew Samuda will continue to hold Northeast St. Anne. That's with 86.4% of the boxes counted. He's at 8,142, and his rival there is 5,873.
Can we go back to the St. Elizabeth seat that had Slowly and Jess, that had come up on...
Northeast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had it a little bit earlier, and
it's up
it
there.
looks like a hard-fought battle there. There we go. Yes. So the PNP is Zalika Jess, has 5,504 votes at the moment, and the JLP is Delroy Slowly, 5,278. That's 86 boxes out of 125. 10 votes for Sean Myrie, 8 votes for Joseph Pattison.
And the other seat that has now been counted, dusted, and declared by the Electoral Office of Jamaica is St. Elizabeth Northwest, and that is the JLP's Andrew Morris taking that seat with 100% of the boxes counted. It's 5,555, not 6,666. To the PNP.
Has only ever been won by the PNP once, Mel Brown in 1993.
Yes. So, and the PNP's number there is 3831. So the JLP's Andrew Morris taking over there from J.C. Hutchinson,
yes,
has won that seat. It's a school teacher, school principal face-off in this particular one. And it is Andrew Morris who has held on to that for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Good.
Okay, starting to see things shaping up here. And here is another of those we're watching closely, Clarendon Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 108. The PNP's Richard Azan has ahead at this point with 6,356. The JLP's Warren Newby, 5,895. Kevin Palmer of the Progressive Party, 24 votes. That's 99 boxes of 108. So that's about 500 vote difference at this point.
461.
Here's North Central Clarendon. We're about halfway there. 55 boxes out, 104. The JLP is Robert Morgan, ahead with 2,709 votes. To the PNP is Oje Dixon, 2,245. Joy Johnson Roy with 15 votes of the Jamaica Progressive Party.
East Central St. Catherine, big one we're watching. Orlando Terrelong is trying to hold off Raymond Price there. Approximately 82% of the votes counted. And Orlando Terrelong is leading by 1,300 votes. He has 5,498. And the PNP's Raymond Price is 4,198 with 82% of the boxes counted in St. Catherine East Central.
Okay.
Western St. Mary, just 1.4% of the boxes counted in Western St. Mary, and it is 96 JLP, 43 PNP, early yet.
Okay, I think we need another break, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more results for Vote 25 right after this. staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 election. Just to remind you, we are live across our platforms. We're on radio. We're on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. We're on Power. We're also on YouTube. So you can watch our coverage or listen to our coverage on any of those platforms. Okay, we're back with Clarendon Southeast. We are still pretty early, 22. This looks like something I've seen already, have we? 22 boxes of 144. The JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Okay. On to Northern Clarendon, Clarendon Northern, 50. We're halfway there, 53 boxes of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 2,847. The JLP's Dwight Siblis, 2,600. Judilyn Casey Edwards of the Jamaica Progressive Party with 10 votes. And let's go over to St. Thomas Eastern. I don't think we've moved here. 71 boxes of 128. Yvonne Shaw, 3,763. JLP's Michelle Charles, 3,354. And Jovian Blair of the Jamaica Progressive Party, 9 votes. And Claudius Wong with 22 votes. And Thomas Western, don't think we've moved much, have we? 26 boxes of 163. James Robertson, 1,223. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,060. Carlene Affleck of the Progressive Party with 9 votes. We have Trelawney North here. Earl, let me hand over to you for a little while.
Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 3,739. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, the incumbent, 3,402. So McNeil has a 4% lead over her. Trelawney Southern, Paul Patmore has now taken the lead in Trelawney Southern, 846 to Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 838. That's one of those that the PNP was hoping to pick up, but it's still close. Too close to call now.
And early.
St. James Southern, very tight, 50 out of 110 bucks. Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, 2,776 to the incumbent Homer Davis, 2,731. And Leon Cunningham of the JPP, he has 10 votes. St. James West Central, Marlene Malahoo Fort, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,211. Andre Horton of the PNP, 47.9%, 2,046. And Clifford Barnett, 10 votes. St. James East Central, Ed Bartlett, 3,765 to Rochelle Reed Knight, 2,439, 63 of 117 boxes. St. James Northwestern, Horace Strang, the incumbent, 3,992. Horace Strang of the JLP. Alan Bernard of the PNP, 2,322, 67 of 99 boxes. And in St. Ann Northwestern, Gabriella Morris has now taken a slight lead over Crystal Lee. Morris of the PNP, 4,533. Crystal Lee of the JLP, 4,433. And that's one of those seats that the PNP, I'm sure, was hoping to pull back. The PNP has traditionally done well in that seat as well.
Yes, I mean, the Labour Party won the seat in 2007, I think, and then we won it in 2020. So it's a very tight seat, and so this is one to watch. This is one to watch.
Okay, we have our poster Don Anderson online with us now to give us a check-in in terms of what he's seeing. Don, thank you so much for joining me. So tell me what you're seeing at this point in the night. Okay, not hearing you, Don. I don't know if you're on mute. Okay, let's try and sort that out and come back. Okay, so we're back with St. Catherine Northwestern, 37 boxes of 122. The PNP's Damian Crawford with 1,823. The JLP's Newton Amos, 1,618. 3 boxes for Lloyd Smith of the JPP.
Where did we get for West Rural last time? Is that up West Rural, St. Andrew?
No.
Did we call that?
It's Manchester Northeast, 41 boxes of 111, just under 50% of the way there. Audrey Marks of the JLP leading with 2,857. Valentin Wint of the PNP, 2,001. Clive Warren of the JPP with 8 votes.
If we could just declare St. Andrew Eastern, if we could pull that up, St. Andrew Eastern.
Here's Manchester Northwestern, 38 boxes of 104. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 2,311. The JLP's Damian Young, 2,129. The JPP's Tricia Stewart Angus with 13 votes. Let's see where we...
St. Andrew Eastern. Fable Williams, the first finance minister, has held on to the seat, making this her 3rd consecutive win in St. Andrew Eastern. 6,824 by the EOJ's numbers to Patricia Duncan Sutherland, 6,386 with 100% of the boxes counted. Fable Williams has held on in St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay, and just to make the point as well, though, this is Patricia Duncan Sutherland's 3rd loss. She ran twice in Clarendon.
Southeast, yes.
Yeah, and then has moved up to St. Andrew and not managed to take the seat. Okay, let's go again to Don Anderson. Don Anderson, tell us what you're seeing now. Not hearing you, Don.
I'm hearing you all right. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you now, Don. Go ahead.
All right. Good night.
Tell us what you're seeing.
Dion.
We're hearing you, Don. Can you... We need... Okay. Don, can you turn off your... Okay, let's sort that out and come back to Don, shall we? Let's go to St. Andrew Western. 7 boxes of 134. George, this is Tony Hilton, 37.99. To the JLP's Corey Dunkley, 26.65. And the JPP's Carla Francis Edie with 48 votes. Here's St. Andrew West Central, the PM's constituency. He is leading with 4,081 votes to the PNP's Paul Buchanan, 3,431 with 69 boxes of 105. St. Andrew East Central now. Here is the PNP's Dennis Gordon, 1,076. Leading the JLP's Davian Vassar, 899. Princess Ford of the JPP with 15. This is 19 out of 113.
That's the Peter Phillips seat.
Okay, pretty sure that must have progressed since then. St. Andrew Southwestern, the PNP's Angela Brown Burke, 4844. The JLP's Maureen Lorne, 403. Antonia Wint of the JPP, 13 votes. And Jamar Watson has 8 votes. And here's St. Andrew Southern, the seat of the leader of the opposition. And this is 53 boxes of 86, 6,058 to the JLP's Carlton Allen, 374. Okay, not much mystery for that one either.
It's a final here.
Okay. First and final for St. Andrew Southeastern, Julian Robinson has retained the seat of the PNP with 5,418 votes to the JLP's Kevin Frith, 3,137, and Kemoy Lynch of the JPP picked up 34 votes. And we're back, and yes, Emily had reported this a little bit early on that Fayetteville Williams has retained St. Andrew Eastern.
Yes. It's close, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's close.
So if we could stay in St. Andrew a little bit, because I think there's some update as well in other constituencies that we're watching. West Rural, we could have that in a moment. It's 70.7% of the votes counted there. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn is now leading with 5778 over Joan Gordon Webley's 4999. That's about 750 or more votes she's leading by in that constituency at the moment.
That's 97 boxes out of 140. Here's East Rural, seeing this one for the first time this evening. That's Juliet Holness, 22 boxes of 137. She leads with 1618 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 1,330. Kamisha Hendricks of the UIC, this is, has 12 votes. Purchell Jackson of the JPP has 10. St. Andrew East Central. I think we saw this. Don't think we've moved on this one. Just 19 boxes out of 113. So a lot of time, viewers, you see this, and the next time you see a completed result. All right, first time we're seeing this one, St. Andrew Northwestern, 78 boxes of 112. Dwayne Smith of the JLP, 4,353. Ethne Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,189. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 77 votes. We're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we continue with our results show. Stay tuned. Welcome back to TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, and it's one of those exciting nights where things are changing by the minute. And let's go now to pollster Don Anderson. Don, tell us what you're seeing here.
Hey, good night. Good night to all your viewers. First of all, I want to look at the whole question of the turnout. All during the day, it appeared as if we were going to get a pretty low turnout. I gather the turnout has been about 46, 47%. You can correct me if it's not. Yes. I gather it's between 47% thereabout. So it has not reached where we thought it would, based on the data that we have said it would. But it's very much in line with what I anticipated it to be, because generally when we do polls and we ask persons about the likely turnout, it is always overstated by a couple percentage points. And therefore, we're not surprised that it is not 50%, but at some point during the day today, it didn't look like it would get to 45%. So I think this is not a bad number, but obviously is a cause for concern that we haven't topped 50% on this particular situation after really about a year and a half of canvassing, campaigning, polling, and what have you. So that's the first comment. The second comment is that it is turning out to be as competitive as I anticipated it to be. And I think we still have to watch a few more seats before we can declare the winner of this election. But it is, in fact, a very competitive election, and it is exactly how we anticipated it would be.
All right, thank you so much, Don. And in fact, Clifford is saying he's not giving up the ghost yet.
No, not yet. I think there's still enough room for movement to happen.
No reason to, because the fat lady hasn't sung.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Don. We'll check back in with you later. So, what gives you hope?
I think from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be able to bring us and push us past.
Not hearing you, Clifford.
I was saying from what I'm hearing is that many of our PDs we haven't been counted as yet. So we're hoping that those will be counted and push us past the edge. But I think there's still hope for the BNP in this election. It'll be a very close one, as we're seeing, but there's still hope for us in this election.
Well, let's see what's happening at EOJ. Kelisha?
Thank you so much, Dion. An exciting night indeed. I don't have an update in terms of the voter turnout, but what I can tell you is that there have been some changes on the board. We're seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 36 of the constituencies, while the People's National Party is leading in 27. Now again, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 36 constituencies and the People's National Party leading in 27. Now we're seeing steady progress in terms of the counting, and earlier, Dion, we did mention that for St. Andrews South Eastern, 100% of the boxes have been completed, and in St. Andrew Eastern, 100% of the boxes completed as well. Now looking at some of the other constituencies, in Kingston East and Port Royal, 75% completed, and the People's National Party leading in that constituency. Now moving over to St. Ann Northeastern, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency, over 8,100 votes. The People's National Party, 5,873 votes. Again, we're still waiting in terms of the final update in some of the areas. We're seeing where some constituencies, for instance, Clarendon Southeastern, only 15% of the boxes counted so far. In St. Catherine Southeastern, 21% of the boxes counted. Dion, I'll continue to monitor what's happening here and provide you with the latest figures as they become available. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha. So JLP leading in 36 seats right now, PNP with 27. And Ron?
As I've been saying all night, we will win. We will win. We're looking good. We're looking good. Yes, we have lost some seats, yes. But you could see that the Labour Party prepared for this moment. How we campaigned throughout Jamaica, choosing Jamaica sticking to the performance that we did for the last 9 years. And so how we campaigned is a result of what you're seeing today. There are some seats where you saw the energy, the PNP brought the energy, but on the day you see the Labour Party winning comfortably. And there is one in Kingston that could be a surprise tonight.
Would that be Central Kingston?
Yes, we're talking about Central Kingston.
Well, I figured it wouldn't have been Western Kingston, which we just saw declared for Desmond Mackenzie.
It's on the screen now. There
Okay, there's Central Kingston, 75 boxes out of 80. Donovan Williams leading with 4,575 votes to Steve McGregor's 4,375. So that's about an 800 vote difference at this point with 5 boxes left to go.
Not 800.
No,
190 something.
All right, I can't count. I need to give up trying to do math.
A shade on 200 votes.
I need to give up trying to do math in my head.
But he won that seat by only 300 in the last election, and it seems to me that the early lead from Steve McGregor in the night, those boxes are probably coming from Allman Town, which is their stronger of the two divisions. So perhaps it's the Raytown boxes coming in now, but let's see what happens for the rest of the 5 or so that's outstanding.
East Kingston and Port Royal declared for Philip Paulwell of the PNP. And 77 votes there for the JPP candidate. Here's St. Andrew Western with Tony Hilton, 3,981 votes to Corey Dunkley of the JLP, 2,673. Carla Francis Edie of the JPP, 48 votes. 72 boxes of 134. And here's Delroy Chuck in, I think this was already called for Delroy Chuck. So Stacey Knight, daughter of KD Knight, first time outing. St. Andrew Southern called as well for Mark Golding of the PNP, defeating Carlton Allen of the JLP, who polled 645 votes. And we declared, this has been declared, all boxes counted for the PNP, Julian Robinson.
So let's see.
See where we are going now. Here's North Central St. Andrew. The JLP's Delana Sivrite, 4,346 votes. To the PNP's Christopher Henry with 2,465, with 59 of 79 boxes declared.
That constituency will be having a new MP for the first time since 1980, I believe.
Yes.
Here's St. Thomas Eastern, 77 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, Rosemary Shaw, 4,356 to Michelle Charles, 3,912. Claudius Wong, 22 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP, 13 votes. That's 77 boxes of 128.
Is this a seat you expected to hold on to, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Eastern St. Thomas?
Yes, Eastern St. Thomas. I mean, the Member of Parliament did some work out there. First time in many moons.
She also had there was a lot of disgruntlement in the seat, though.
In every seat you're going to find that, in every seat. Nothing is perfect.
Here's St. Thomas Western, 40 boxes of 163. The JLP's James Robertson, 1,899. Hubert Williams of the PNP, 1,703. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 13 votes.
This is a seat we expect to win comfortably, and so far so good.
Yes.
Deputy Leader of the Labour Party for Area Council 2, James Robertson.
So you may lose one in St. Thomas.
Let us watch. Yes, right now we are behind in that seat. Yeah. But let us see how the night progresses.
Clarendon Southwest, 96 boxes out of 100. Lothan Cousins, 7,076 votes. Robert Chin of the JLP, 4,795. Dwayne Thomas, 40 of the JPP.
So we can call that one for Lothian Cousins.
Most definitely.
Yes. Safe PNP seat.
And he's a really good MP, Lothian Cousins is.
Let's go over now to JLP headquarters, where Andrea Chisholm is on location.
6,386.
Thank you, Dion. Things have gotten exciting here at the JLP headquarters. As you can hear, as the results are coming in, the supporters are shouting, they're ringing their bells, and it's an overall jubilant atmosphere here so far. I am now joined by two supporters who have interrupted their celebrations, Aisha and Renardo. Good night. You're live on TVJ. First of all, why was it important for you to be here this evening?
And hold the mic. Oh, we are confident of victory, and we are sure of at least 35 seats. So we have no other reason but to be at the headquarters to celebrate this coming victory. Third term is here.
And you, Aisha, I know you have your bell right there.
Third term, say. Third term. Victory. Victory is ours. Feel nice. I'm happy about everything.
Which constituency you voted today?
East. Kingston. St. Andrew.
And you?
The mother vicar, West Kingston. I'm right here.
And I'm pretty sure Desmond McKenzie will be winning back his seat.
No doubt about that.
So as the results come in, how are you feeling?
You know what? I'm actually feeling confident because the PNP numbers are not looking impressive as how we have started to have been for the last 12 months. So far the numbers are looking steady and it's coming in the way how I would like it to come in.
And it's a family affair for you. You're here alone?
No, I'm here. I'm actually with two of my nephews and my little cousin.
What about you, Aisha?
With friends. I'm here with friends.
Okay.
Rest of them soon come.
All right, going back to ringing your bell. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Renardo and Aisha. Dion, it's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so very much for that, Andrea. And of course, we'll continue to touch base with the two headquarters as the night progresses. And we're going to be going to some more results, but let's take a break and we'll be back. you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And let me just remind you where we are, the latest information that we had in terms of who is leading in how many seats. First of all, in terms of confirmed seats, a national count, we have the JLP with 9, we have the PNP with 9. What we had heard from Kelisha, who is at the electoral office, the last time we touched base with her about 15 or so minutes ago, she had said the JLP was leading in 36, the PNP was leading in 27. And of course, as the results continue to come in, those numbers are going to be shifting and changing. And of course, we're updating with you as we go along right here. There are a couple of seats we haven't seen for a little while. Ron was mentioning, for instance, East Portland.
Yes.
We haven't seen that. Bobby Montague's seat as well, I don't think we've seen in St. Mary for a little while.
Yes, we haven't seen the chairman of the Labour Party seat, but I'm confident that we will go to victory there. This is a member of parliament who posts 10, 11,000 consistently, so he should be okay. Just in 2020, his numbers drop a bit.
Okay, here's Portland Eastern now. So we have 60 boxes out of 140. The PNP's Isaac Buchanan leading with 3,552. The JLP's Anne-Marie Vaz, 3,293. Tracy Ann Gillespie Harris of the Progressive Party with 19 votes. So this is with 61 boxes of 140 counted. And I won't attempt a subtraction.
I know.
Here's Manchester Northeastern. The JLP is Audrey Marks with 5,003 votes. The PNP's Valentin Wint, 3,414. Clive Warren of the JPP, 18 votes and 68 boxes of 111. Clarendon Southeastern, we have the JLP's Pernell Charles Jr., 1,431. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, former mayor, 1,005. Sian Thomas of the JPP with 11 votes. That's pretty early still, 22 boxes out, 144.
Been like this for a while now.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you for the next few.
That's the old Bustamante and Hugh Shearer seat. Strong JLP seat. Manchester Northwestern, 66 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips continues to lead for the PNP, 4,258 to Damian Young of the JLP, 3,661. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 20 votes. Manchester Central, 117 of 139 boxes. Donovan Mitchell, 7,617 votes to the incumbent Rhoda Crawford, 7,335. It's tight, but it's getting close to the end.
Let's go back now to PNP headquarters with Dwayne.
With him.
Still 22.
No, big man.
Yeah, I think we've been stuck there. Earl, let me hand over to you.
That's the old Bustamante.
Thank you so much. So the seat counts is very close, and the actual votes in the constituencies are even closer. And as an indication of how close it is, these PNP supporters, they still believe that they can win. And in fact, if you ask them, they are winning. I'm joined now by two of these hundreds of PNP supporters who have gathered here at the party's headquarters, interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. Mr. Green, what do you make of your party's performance so far? What do you make of your party's performance so far?
Well, it's very good. It's a good performance. And I think we can win this election tonight. Too early to call, but I think we can win it.
Why are you so confident?
Because if you look at the seats, they are very close. And the last election, they were like by 2010 and so on. So this time around, the PNP people have come out, not so much like we don't want them to come out, but they come out. Understand? So I'm looking positively for the People's National Party to take it tonight.
I remember some of your fellow supporters and even some of the leaders in the party were saying that you could get around 38, 40 seats. It doesn't look like that will happen tonight. What are you predicting now?
Well, I'm predicting that 32, 31.
Oh, that would be very close. The interestingly named Mr. Green, who is a People's National Party supporter. I'm joined by a younger member of the People's National Party. Sir, remind me your name, please, and tell Jamaica what's your name.
Mr. Forbes. The name is Mr. Forbes. Yes. So today we are here and marching on to victory. We are started Manchester, gathering it back, and we are moving forward. Progress. We are moving forward.
Well, it's a little bit close. Is it closer than you'd have wanted?
Well, the race is not finished as yet. The fat lady has not yet seen. So we are here and waiting on the best to come.
Do you have the fat lady's number? What is she telling you?
Well, the fat lady is already calling me now, so I know it's victory. March, we marching.
Well, as soon as you get the results from the fat lady, I'm hoping you share it with me. As you can imagine, as I explained earlier, a party-like atmosphere here at the People's National Party's headquarters. These supporters, very, very confident. They are certain they're going to win it. I'll be here all night, as I told you, Dion. So it's back to you until then.
Thank you so much. And let's go to a break. We're back with more from our election results show, Vote 2025, in just a moment. Thank you so much for staying with us for TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 elections, Vote 2025. And we're so happy to have you wherever you are, whichever of our platforms you are listening or viewing this coverage on. Now, I think at this point, though, what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide for either side. And I have to say, I think that's good for the Parliament and good for democracy overall. Okay, here we go again. Earl, let me let you take this.
St. Elizabeth Southwest, one of the seats to watch. Floyd Green, the incumbent, is leading with 4,949 votes to Miranda Wellington of the PNP, 4,349. So he has a fairly comfortable lead at the moment in the context of that constituency. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, very close. Norman Scott of the PNP, 1,004 votes. The incumbent Franklin Witter, 991. And Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, he has 11 votes. Westmoreland Central, Dwayne Vaz seems to be headed back to Parliament, 7,547 to the incumbent George Wright, 6,074. Kathleen Greenwood has 31, she's from the JPP, and Don Foote, 29.
I'm seeing a message here from one of our reporters. We're hearing that ballot boxes were still coming in at the counting center in Trelawney just up to some minutes ago. We're told that there was heavy traffic. That's why we weren't seeing a lot. Go ahead, Earl.
Early days still in Westmoreland Western, but the JLP's Garfield James, a former PNP member, he has 50.5% to Ian Hales of the PNP, 48.6%. And Ian Hales is a former JLP member, so that's quite an interesting. Yes. Gilbert James, 0.7%, 13 votes, and Bertland Madden of the JPP, 4 votes. Hanover Eastern, 58 of 99 boxes. Andrea Perkis of the PNP, 54%, that's 3,334, to Dave Brown, the incumbent of the JLP, 2,789. Craig Eubanks of the JPP, 19 votes, and Jordan Cunningham of the UIC,
yes,
9 votes. Hanover Western, Heather Miller Bennett of the PNP, 5,499. Tamika Davis, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,728. Leonard Sharp of the JPP, 51. That's 96 of 116 boxes. It seems the PNP might be on its way to retaking both Hanover seats. Portland Eastern, 96 boxes of 140. It's looking good for the PNP. Isat Buchanan with 5,636 votes. Anne-Marie Vaz of the JLP, she's the incumbent, 5,224. But there are many boxes to be counted yet. Portland Western, 74 of 104. And Daryl Vaz, the incumbent of the JLP, 4,164 to Doreen Campbell of the PNP, 3,350. Michael Aiken of the JPP, he has 12 votes.
And just to call our viewers and listeners' attention, call our viewers' attention and let our listeners know, if you look at a little icon at the bottom right-hand side of the screen, that's telling you the number of seats that have been completed and declared. So you're seeing there 11 for the JLP, 9 for the PNP. So of course, just to make the distinction, those are the ones that have been completed, as opposed to what we get when we go to Kalisha at EOJ, which is a broader look at who is leading.
Mm. In St. Anne Southwestern, it looks like order has been restored. Xavier Main of the JLP, he has 4,426. Danishka Williams of the PNP, 3,221. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 26 votes. So it's a comfortable lead at the moment for Xavier Main.
And speaking of Kalisha, let's go to her at EOJ.
Thank you so much, Dion. Just a quick update in terms of what we're seeing on our end here at the ECJ. So far, again, an update in terms of the lead. So far, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 34 seats. The People's National Party now leading in 29 seats. I know the last time we spoke, I said the JLP was leading in 36 seats and the PNP was leading in 27 seats. So we've seen a change now. JLP leading in 34 seats and the People's National Party leading in 29 seats. I also saw the final count for St. Catherine East Central, and I can say the Jamaica Labour Party won that. Party's Raymond Price going against the Jamaica Labour Party's Orlando Terrelong, and that's one of the seats where the People's National Party has not won it. The only one that seat once since it was created, and the Jamaica Labour Party has won that seat twice since it was created in 2011. If you would just move with me, I'm going. So we're technical issue here. I'm going to throw back to you until next time.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Kalisha. Just to repeat for you, the JLP now leading in 34 seats, PNP leading in 29. And again, the icon at the bottom of the screen, the JLP has so far won 11 seats, the PNP has won 9. Okay, here's St. Ann Northwestern, the JLP's Crystal Lee now in front with 5,408 votes to the PNP's Gabriella Morris, 5,011, 93 boxes of 135.
Very, very tight in that seat. I just want to go back to Xavier Main's seat. Mr. Moxham said order has been restored. Hard-working member of parliament, also good organizer, and so I'm not surprised by that.
Trelawney Northern on screen, 84 boxes of 146. The PNP's Wickham McNeil, 4,468 votes to Tova Hamilton of the JLP, 4,132, 84 boxes of 146. And here's Trelawney South, 21 boxes of 96. The JLP's Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,352. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,246. And we go now to St. James South. Haven't seen this for a bit, I think. 79 boxes of 110. The PNP's Nikisha Burchell, 4,471. The JLP's Homer Davis, 4,307. Leon Cunningham of the JPP has 12 votes. St. James West Central, 58 boxes of 106, so they're about halfway there. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo Fort, the incumbent, 3,332. Andre Horton of the PNP, 2,921. Clifford Barnett, 13 votes. St. James East Central, 94 boxes of 117. Ed Bartlett of the JLP, 5,850. Rochelle Reed Knott of the PNP, 3,782. And we are moving on to, let's see, here's St. Thomas Eastern. Let's see, this is 105 boxes of 128. The PNP is Yvonne Shaw, 5,982. The JLP is Michelle Charles, the incumbent, 5,595. Claudius Wong has 28 votes. Jovian Blair of the JPP has 20.
I think Yvonne Rosemary Shaw used to be a member of the Jamaica Labour Party. Mm-hmm. I think she actually worked very closely with Dr. Michelle Charles's father, Pernell Charles Sr., for many years. and she was a former mayor in Morant Bay as well,
Yes. Yeah.
right,
Yes.
Earl?
Yes.
And so she's putting up a fight, and it seems as if the JLP is going to lose one of the St. Thomas seats.
Here's
this
the other
evening.
one up there, St. Thomas Western, 105 of 163. James Robertson of the JLP, 5,443. The PNP's Hubert Williams, 4,806. Carleen Affleck of the JPP, 35 votes. And St. Catherine Southeastern, this is the one I think you've been saying we hadn't seen.
Yeah.
This is about, not quite 50% there, 48 boxes of 135. Alfred Dawes of the PNP, 2,716. Robert Miller of the JLP, 2,617. No, go again, 2,615. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP, 30 votes. I think this is literally the first time we've seen this one all night.
We've seen that one.
My count is a little bit
One
farther
second
than
for me.
this,
St. Catherine Northwestern, 83 boxes of 122. Damian Crawford of the PNP, 4,328. Newton Amos of the JLP, 3,598. Lloyd Smith has 12 votes of the JPP. And we go to St. Andrew East Central, 63 boxes of 113. Dennis Gordon of the PNP, 3,301. Davian Vassell of the JLP, 2,774. Princess Ford of the JPP, 57. You are saying this is Peter Phillips'
Yes.
old constituency.
Young candidate, doing well so far, going well. Mr. Vassell.
DK Duncan's constituency in another lifetime as well.
Here's Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, 77 boxes of 137. She has 4,925 votes to the PNP's Patrick Peterkin, 4,545. Kamisha Hendricks, 29 votes of UIC. Purcell Jackson of the JPP, 23 votes.
Speaker of the House.
Former,
yes.
I don't think we've seen this one for a while. St. Andrew West Rural, 124 boxes of 140. And the incumbent, Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, with 7,152. To Joan Gordon Webley of the PNP, 6,213. George Roach of the JPP, 62 votes.
And only 16 boxes to go.
Yeah. Earl, let me let you take over.
Manchester Northeastern, Audrey Marks of the PNP, 56%, 6,472 votes. To Valentin Wint of the PNP, 5,144. Clive Warren of the JPP, 30. That's a seat that was dominated by Audley Shaw for quite a while. And Manchester Northwestern, 83 of 104 boxes. Michael Phillips of the PNP, 5,625. Damian Young of the JLP, 4,521. Tricia Stewart Angus of the JPP, 28 votes. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, Norman Scott continues to lead, but is only 17 of 109 boxes. He has 1,004 votes to Franklin Witter, 991. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 11 votes. St. Catherine Eastern, Denise Daly of the PNP, 6,589. Dwight Peku of the JLP, 4,387. Lance Watson of the JPP, 74 votes. Clarendon Northern, Wavell Hines continues to lead there. It's 81 of 100 boxes, and he has 4,380 votes to Dwight Sibley's, the incumbent of the JLP. 4,303, Jodelyn Casey Edwards of the JPP, 19 votes. Clarendon North Central, Robert Morgan seems to be headed to retaining that seat, 85 of 104 boxes, 4,527 votes for Robert Morgan, and R.J. Dixon, 3,406. Joy Johnson Roy, 24 votes, and she's from the JPP. And in Clarendon Southeastern, 25 boxes of 144. Pernell Charles Jr. continues to lead handily with 1,639 votes to Sian Barnswell, 1,132 votes. Sian Thomas of the JPP, 12 votes. St. Catherine Northwestern, Damian Crawford, 4,608 votes for the PNP, and Newton Amos for the JLP, 3,781. Lloyd Smith of the JPP, 13 votes, 89 boxes of 122. St. Mary's Southeastern, very close. Norman Dunn, the incumbents, 3,678. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 3,577. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP, 12 votes, 63 of 112 boxes. St. Mary's Central, Omar Newell of the PNP, 5,904 votes. Nathaniel Maraj of the JLP, 4,345. Rena Rose Cargill, 11 votes for the JPP, 85 of 105 boxes. That would be a hold for the PNP. St. Mary Western, Robert Montague, the incumbent, 3,641, doing very well against Omar Woodbine of the PNP, 5,683 votes. Chase Neal of the UIC, 22 votes, 99 of 147 boxes.
Chairman of the party is looking good. Yeah, he's looking really good.
And Kingston Central, 75 of 80 boxes. The incumbent, Donovan Williams, seeking to hold it for the JLP, 4,575 votes. Steve McGregor of the PNP, 4,377 votes. Garth Barnett of the UIC, 22 votes. Dwayne Smith in St. Andrew Northwestern, 4,402 votes to Ethelene Miller Simpson of the PNP, 3,293 votes. Orlando Robinson of the JPP, 79 votes, and that is 80 boxes of 112 counted.
Okay, let's just stick a pin, take a break, and we'll be back with much more results, all the latest when we come back with our results show for 2025. Do stay with us.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. Get that in at the table, by the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. Get that in at the table, by the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent or less in upon the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. Get that in at the table, by the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in, check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom
Let's look at St. James. Most of the parish, just looking at the view here, this is St. James for those who are looking at on screen, is green with the exception of St. James Southern, where Nikisha Burchell is now just ahead of the incumbent Homer Davis there. So she has 4,471 votes compared to Davis's 4,307, but still quite a number of boxes to be counted, 68 of 106. So there is still some time. We still have to keep an eye on that one because it is still quite close. The rest of the parish lit up fairly green. So let's look at St. James Central. The JLP is ahead with 3,589 votes for Heroy Clark compared to 2,627 for Janice Allen of the PNP.
Well, Jenny, I can tell you, I'm being informed dutifully here that Homer Davis has won South St. James by 95 votes.
Wow.
I'm being told by one of our correspondents, they're very experienced campaigner.
Clean sweep St. James.
Yes, so the
That's what I'm
JLP
being
of
told now.
St. James is what we're being told.
All right, that person is at EOJ. That's based on EOJ stats.
That's based on those numbers.
All right, I will wait for them to upload it to us so we can show it to the audience on the smartboard. But that was the only
I'm
one that
also
was
learning from
holding
another
out.
source in St. James. Clean sweep St. James.
Yep.
Clean sweep St. James.
So Marlene Malahoo
It's all
Fort has
green.
won West Central St. James.
All
Homer,
right.
Homer Davis has won Southern St. James. Heroy Clark has won Central St. James. And then Dr. Spence, the other two seats were never in doubt. No.
All right,
No, that is
so
significant. Yes.
St. James is all green. We wait for those updates from
That is
the
significant
EOJ
because
in the next batch.
Because to clear that 18-seat hurdle, the PNP
They would have
needed to
Yeah.
snatch one or two
Two from St.
from St. James.
Correct.
And they have not been able to. And South St. James was the most likely one. Right, Desmond?
Yes.
That was the most likely one. That's a Derek Kelly seat that they held for several terms. Yeah? And Nikisha Burchell, a young woman from the area, put up a spirited fight. Yeah? But she has been defeated by the old hand of Homer Davis. You know, Homer Davis has quite a history in that seat. He contested it 3 times and lost 3 times to Derek Kelly before he actually won in 2020.
You know what I want to point out, though, and you should, both of you can help me with this. I remember it may have been a local government election in Hanover where there was a winner declared on election night by, say, 50-odd votes. And when it went to the recount, the loser ended up winning by 300-odd votes. So I just say that to say that
some of them are
these things will be settled in the coming days, but this is just preliminary results. But the preliminary results do suggest that the JLP has performed, well, according to some analysts, they've overperformed. But according to them, they'll tell you that they always had St. James as a safe space for them and that they didn't expect to relinquish any of the seats they had because they held all the cards in the parish.
They would be disappointed, the JLP, that is, that they didn't hold on to Eastern Hanover. They really thought Dave Brown had turned it around in Eastern Hanover. Another one we need to watch, what's happening in Northern Trelawney? That's where Wickham McNeil is up against Tova Hamilton. What is happening there?
Right. Well, the last information we have, your team might have something more updated, but the last information coming into the board is that he is ahead by around 300 or so votes, 4,468 for Wickham McNeil to Tova Hamilton's 4,132, and they still had quite a bit to go based on this information. This was at 67 box counted. So
67 of how many?
Of 135.
Oh, that's a lot more, still quite a way to
So
go.
they still have quite a way to go. We'll wait to see what comes in the next update. George looks like he has more recent information than I do.
I have something. Well, not on that one. I'm not troubling you on that one, Janae.
Okay.
I'm being told reliably that in Southeast St. Elizabeth at 9:13 p.m., it's now 9:14, that Frank Witter is leading Norman Scott by 1,700 votes. I don't know how old that race is, but it has to be quite old, the count. Frank Witter ahead by 1,700 in Southeast St. Elizabeth. Another significant obstacle in the PNP's route to Jamaica House.
Yes. And in Northeast St. Elizabeth, the PNP has picked up Northeast St. Elizabeth. Zulika Jess has defeated Delroy Slowly. Yes. She polled, according to one of my sources in the constituency, Jess won with 8,254 to Slowly's 7,523. And she says, jubilation in Northeast St. Elizabeth. Yes, yes, yeah. So, and that again was a must win, must pick up for the PNP.
And also,
going to Walden University really helped me a lot. My way to my career was unconventional. I was the youngest female Caymanian where I didn't have experience. Everyone's path is different, but you could still reach the finish line.
Set a course for change.
Not yet. All right. We're gonna get from Wayne what that board there is showing them. But well, let's do the declaration first and come back with the update. See if we can get Southwest St. Elizabeth in.
Well, the latest I have from Southwest St. Elizabeth, 94% of the votes in JLP, 9,044 for Floyd Green, well ahead of Miranda Wellington, 7,650. If Floyd Green wins this, then it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
I need to get how old the Frank Witter count is, because that, if Southeast St. Elizabeth is over and then we add Southwest St. Elizabeth, we can have an early night. We don't have to stay here all night, because if those two go, along with Eastern St. Andrew, and Western St. Mary seems headed to the labor rights with Bobby Montague, then we can call it a night.
Okay, Wayne?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me?
Yes. What more can you tell us in terms of the numbers?
You hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you. We're hearing you, Wayne.
Yes, I can give you a copy on the comment.
Oh, Lord. What the hell is happening? Hold on. Hold on, Wayne. Hold on, Wayne. The audio is wobbling again. Yes? Wayne, you want to try again?
Yeah, the team says the quality is horrible, so they have to abandon that for the time being. I'm just trying to get that update. If we look at, all right. Before we go to the declaration graphic, well, let's acknowledge Zulika Jess for entering the race first time and winning.
In St. Elizabeth North.
In St. Elizabeth Northeastern, she lost in Clarendon Central
against Mike Henry.
Yes.
In 2020, she's an attorney at law, and she went to St. Elizabeth Northeast with one main goal: retake it from the Labour Party, and she did that tonight. Yes, so they will be happy for her and the PNP constituency organization there.
Just to see where your map is relative to where the results are, look at Northeast St. Elizabeth and see how far this map is showing you the count is in terms of progression.
Northeast St. Elizabeth?
Yes.
Okay, the Zoom people are still with us. Damian Blake, Wayne Chen. Wayne Chen. Wayne Chen?
Yes, sir.
Your reaction to what is now a clear trend of the Labour Party ahead? We're not prepared to call it just yet, but clearly ahead.
Many of us predicted a close election, and it was a ding-dong battle, as Wayne Walker would say, in the run-up to today. And you could see the shift back and forth, and much of it depended, in the end, on the candidate on the ground. You can see where strong candidates have won. Weaker candidates have lost or struggled. But the trend is clear. The JLP will be re-elected with a much, much reduced majority.
Yes.
I suspect it will be in the perhaps 33, 35, 36 seats.
Range. Professor Blake?
Yes, the people have spoken. They are speaking. I think the St. James. I was watching St. James. That seat with Burchell, and so when I saw that flip to the JLP, I said that then it looks like the JLP will go away with this one. The St. Mary's seat with Bobby Montague also was instructive, and so yeah, it was a close one, right? And you know, you would think that with all the resume of performance that the governing party ran on, that it seems to me that the incumbency, the anti-incumbency kind of trend kicked in, right? The third term is very difficult. That's very difficult for parties to win 2 times, much less a 3-peak. And so I think that is also at play here. But it looks like the JLP will walk away with this one, but marginally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, marginally, but it is of historic importance.
Very much
yes?
so.
Andrew Holness, it seems, is on track to create history. Unprecedented. Isn't that so, Desmond?
I don't know.
Ricardo at Belmont Road, are you hearing us, Ricardo? Ricardo?
Oh, dear.
Ricardo, are you hearing us? Nah, the audio is, I don't know, man. Oh, well.
Can we get him on the phone? Just simply get him on the phone.
This is the phone.
Oh.
Ricardo, are you hearing us? I'm hearing you, but you sound as if you are under 5 beds.
Mm.
Go again, Ricardo, are you hearing us?
George, are you hearing me?
Yeah, the audio. Well, tell us what's happening at Belmont Road. Let's see how the audio works. Ricardo? All right, so, yeah, the audio, again, is undermining the points that we're trying to highlight for the listeners. Before we go, is Wayne online? Is Wayne online? Is Wayne online? Is Wayne online?
Oh dear.
It's the quality of the audio.
No.
Okay. All right. Saeed, where we are now, the JLP seems headed for a 3rd term. The PNP falling short in some key seats, although even an analyst who's not been paying attention would expect the opposition party to pick up several seats that would have slipped from its grasp in 2020. It does appear as if Holness is on the verge of going to Jamaica House again to be sworn in.
Victory continues, or the paths rather. They had several paths to take, but that seems to be narrowing down. Interestingly, looking at St. Andrew West Central just now, the Prime Minister's seat. Interestingly, George and Cliff, I see where, I don't know if that still holds now, but last I checked, Paul Buchanan was leading the Prime Minister in that seat. Very interesting one for you all to pick up. Certainly we don't expect that to hold, but very interesting. I've never seen that before since I've been working with elections.
No, this is surprising.
Absolutely surprising.
Because here it is, I'm just back onto the EOJ website, 83% of the votes counted in the Prime Minister's constituency, and Buchanan of the PNP is leading by 100 votes.
Again, I don't expect it to hold, I can say
105,
that. But
yes.
it is significant to my mind at this stage.
It's huge.
Significant.
But
that this is happening.
Cliff, remember
hold on, Desmond. Just look at these numbers.
18 boxes to go.
18 boxes to go. It should not be nowhere this close. Yeah? Nowhere this close.
But no, Cliff, it is not a JLP constituency, you know.
It is Andrew Holness's constituency.
The Prime Minister but what I'm saying, it is not like West Kingston.
No, it's not like a West Kingston, but the Prime Minister should not be within reach.
But what I will say, though, is this reminds me of last election as well, when Peter Phillips's seat was also in a bit of turmoil where the numbers were concerned, but he managed to hold on and go through the tape. Well, let me get some views from the young people because very interesting stuff are happening in the election. Suel beside me saying that she's stressed out. I don't know why she's stressed. I mean, if that's how you look when you're stressed out, then, you know, give me some stress. But Suel, tell me.
Let me just tell you this. I'm just being told by one of my sources.
Yes.
All boxes are still to be counted. Seaward primary in the Prime Minister's constituency. Those boxes are still to be counted. Yeah, and there are 18 boxes to be counted.
Yes, sir.
Right.
So let us see what happens.
And say, just before you go, let me just prime what you're saying with this.
Yes, sir.
Kingston Central. In the time we've been here, they've added 2 more boxes to the tally. As you would expect, they're arguing over each and every ballot pulled out of those boxes. So 2 more boxes counted, and Williams' lead is diminishing. Donovan Williams now only 68 in front of Steve McGregor as they inch to the 80-box mark. They've gone 77 of 80 boxes. McGregor is leading by 68 votes. I can tell you that also we can add another one to the JLP column. Not surprising here that Southwest St. Catherine, the monster that is Everald Warmington, roaring home. He's now 10,551 votes. This may be the first candidate anywhere across the island to breach the 10,000 vote mark. Dr. Kurt Wall, 8,444. So look at Warmington's tally. 2,000 plus ahead of Wall, and there's still 1 box to be counted. So this one is JLP, and as usual, Warmington in domineering fashion in the general election.
Yeah. Very, very interesting stuff there, George. And that's just been declared Clifford Everald Warmington. But ladies and gentlemen, very interestingly, we were talking earlier about misinformation, information, and how this plays, especially in the social media space, with young people leading up to an election. You've been seeing the results so far. You've been seeing the clash of words, the clash of information.
Can I just give you 2 more? The East Rural St. Andrew.
Yes.
Juliet Holness's seat.
Yes.
She has won it.
Okay.
Yes. 90% of the votes counted. She's ahead by almost 1,000 votes. 8,445 to 7,487. St. Thomas West, the PNP had hopes of finally beating James Robertson. Roberts is getting home with 85% of the votes counted. He's ahead by almost 1,000 votes. Yeah? The JLP has lost Eastern St. Thomas.
Yes.
Michelle Charles has been defeated.
Never led, trailed from the first
Very
box
stark.
was counted, and never recovered. Saeed.
Yes, so dealing with information, misinformation, grappling with all of that in the space, seeing the results so far, do you think it made an impact?
It definitely did. And I think I was doing...
I'm sorry.
Cliff, you have another one?
Yes.
Go ahead, Sir Cliff, go ahead.
It seems as if Anne-Marie Vaz has been defeated by Isaac Buchanan.
Wow. Yeah, it's supposed to be 1-1 in Portland and 1-1 in St.
Let
Thomas.
me give you the numbers. In Eastern Portland, with 99.3% of the votes counted.
If he's ahead, he's one.
Isaac Buchanan, 8,290. Vaz, Anne-Marie, 8,072.
1 box to go.
1 box to go.
And here's the thing.
Sorry, can I give you one before you...
No, hold on. No, I think that's going to hold, and here's why. Yeah. What stood out to me with that campaign is Isaac Buchanan went on a drive with young people in that constituency, gave out 1,000 tablets.
Yes.
Don't know if you recall it.
Yes. I'm not surprised at all that it's that close. Certainly not surprised that he's in the lead right now.
Well, here's what we can do. We can declare Southeast St. Elizabeth. Frank, they call him. Frank Witter has come home with 3 boxes left. He's leading Norman Scott by 1,996 votes.
Yeah, that's over.
1996, all over bar the shouting. Southeast St. Elizabeth, chalk up that one for Frank Witter. Well, this was very preliminary. Only 3 boxes to go in that. So 106 of 109 boxes counted, and Frank Witter is leading by 1,996 votes.
Can you bring up St. Mary West? 85% of the votes in. Bobby Montague, is ahead, 8,182. Woodbine of the PNP, 7,403. That's a lead of 700.
Yeah.
With 85% of the votes counted.
Can I add to that?
So it means that Bobby Montague is going back to the parliament. He has recovered.
Can I add to that? Can I add to that? Which is why I'm giving you the luxury of calling the election and calling it right this time. Because here's this thing. Here's this thing. Exactly. Western St. Mary is going to the JLP. Southeast St. Elizabeth has been won by the JLP, and Southwest St. Elizabeth, bring that up, with very few boxes left. Green, 9,278. Dr. Wellington, 7,865. The gap, the Brits have a saying when they say mind the gap. Mind the gap. Southwest St. Elizabeth, that gap looks too big in the boxes left to count for Dr. Miranda Wellington to breach. It appears as if the JLP have held the 3 seats that are most needed to get to Jamaica House. Yeah, these are numbers with what, 8 and 5, 13, 5 boxes to go. Southwest St. Elizabeth is declared for the JLP.
And we can tell you, Rhoda Moy Crawford by Wayne Walker from the EOJ Center is saying with 99% of the votes counted, Rhoda Moy Crawford has won Central Manchester. 9,035 to Donovan Mitchell's 8,861.
So can you go ahead now?
Roll the tape. We have a winner.
We have a winner. Of the election?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. We are calling the election, folks.
Yeah. Studio, you ready?
Yes, we are calling the general election.
There's no other route. There's no other route.
Let's.
Viewers, at 9:32, we are reporting that the governing Jamaica Labour Party, led by 53-year-old Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, has won a 3rd consecutive term in office, becoming the first and only Jamaica Labour Party leader to win 3 consecutive terms. Never before done by the great founder of the party, the hero, Sir Alexander Bustamante, revered by Labourites. Andrew Michael Holness has done what no other Labour Party leader has done. He has defied the odds. He has been resilient as a political figure after being assaulted, attacked, and pilloried for nearly 2-3 years. His personal integrity on the line. The people of Jamaica have stayed with him. Tonight, they have returned him to Jamaica House, and with it, handed the opposition People's National Party, led by Mark Jefferson Golding, a defeat. They have lost their bid to overturn an 18-seat.
GoDaddy has the perfect hosting plan for any website. From low-cost shared hosting to your own virtual server. Every plan comes with a 99.9% uptime.
Yes, Dion, we're almost at the finish line. 93% of all the boxes counted. And earlier, it's similar to what we saw in the previous update. The Jamaica Labour Party was leading by, well, it was 32-31 at one point, and now we're seeing it back at to 33. So the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33 constituencies to the People's National Party's 30. An interesting one, Dion, that you pointed to earlier. We're going to go to it. We're seeing in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's seat. We're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Paul Buchanan leading in that seat, and we have 87 of the 105 boxes counted. So it's almost 82% completed, and we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate leading in the Prime Minister's constituency. And we're going to move over now to St. Andrew Northwestern, where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Ethne Miller Simpson. She is trailing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate Dwayne Smith in that constituency. Going down now to St. Andrew West Rural, where we're seeing, the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate, the incumbent Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She is leading in that constituency to 8,290 votes to the People's National Party's candidate Joan Gordon Webley, 7,157 votes. Now, should the incumbent hold on to this seat, it will be the second time the Jamaica Labour Party has had 3 consecutive wins in that constituency in St. Andrew West Rural.
And going over now, if the videographer could just come with me, we're going to St. Ann Northwestern,
where we're seeing the People's National Party's candidate Gabriella Morris at 6,989 votes to the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate 7,383 votes in that constituency. Final one, Dion, before I come back to you. In Portland Eastern, we're seeing the Jamaica Labour Party's candidate still trailing the People's National Party's candidate Anne-Marie Vaz, 8,072 votes to the People's National Party's Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. So as I said, we're almost there, almost at the finish line for this evening, Dion. 93% of the boxes counted, and again, the People's National Party leading in 30 seats, the JLP leading in 33 seats. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Really important to get that kind of global picture of what is happening. 33 to 30, and you heard as well, it seemed to have been moving a little bit up and down, but the latest figures there, 33 seats in which the JLP is leading and 30 for the PNP. Here's St. Thomas Eastern again. This is 2 boxes left to count, 126 of 128. And this has been declared now for Rosemary Shaw of the PNP. The incumbent Michelle Charles has lost this seat, 7,284 at this point to Yvonne Shaw, and the JLP is Michelle Charles, 6,807. Here's Portland Eastern, 1 box left to count here. Isaac Buchanan, 8,290 votes. This is what Kelisha just read for us, but I wasn't sure of the boxes left to count. So we have 1 box left to count, in fact, in Portland Eastern.
And Manchester Central.
Okay.
Interesting.
Read for me, Earl.
Rhoda Crawford, the incumbent, has held on to defeat Donovan Mitchell. She secured 9,035 votes to Donovan Mitchell, 8,861. So that's 1 hold in Manchester for the JLP.
Strong candidate, hard-working member of Parliament. She deserves to go back to Parliament. Rhoda Moy Crawford, one of Jamaica's best talent in the Parliament.
Manchester Northeastern, and Audrey Marks has taken it. 7,652 votes to Valentin Wint of the PNP, 6,209. Clive Warren of the JPP, 33 votes. And it's tightening again in St. Andrew West Central, the Prime Minister's constituency. Paul Buchanan, 4,867 to Dr. Andrew Holness, 4,762. So that's 50.5% to 49.5%. Trelawney Northern, and you have Tova Hamilton, the incumbent, leading Dr. Wickham McNeil, 7,408 to McNeil, 7,198, 131 of 146 boxes. St. James Southern, Nikisha Burchell of the PNP, continues to lead.
Completed.
Oh, in fact, I didn't see the tick. It's completed, so she has won it for the PNP. So that's one pulled back for the PNP from their last time.
The work begins.
St. James West Central, 71 of 106 boxes. Marlene Malahu, 4,193 to Andre Houghton of the PNP, 3,633. And Clifford Barnett has 15 votes.
I think what we're seeing is that the election is really down to the wire and still anybody's game at this point in time. But I think what the major
you don't think the PNP has lost?
No, I think their play is for us to. I think there's two plays for us to reach at least at 32.
Okay. You like listening to the Democrats watching the election and thinking that Kamala Harris still had
Hillary
a path.
Before.
Hillary had a path.
There's a play for us, and I can see the play. Hopefully, materialize.
You can see the path of victory.
I think I can
tell
see
you,
the
I
path
hear
of
the
victory.
Democrats.
Yeah, you were counting on Manchester Central, though.
But I guess we traded it for West Central in St. Andrew.
Okay, here's St. Catherine. Here's St. Catherine Southeastern here. This is 129 boxes out of 135. And we have the PNP's Alfred Dawes with 7,405 to Robert Miller of the JLP, 6,939. Casey and Radcliffe of the JPP with 64 votes. So 6 boxes left to count here. This was one of those seats that the PNP had some infighting in.
Yes.
And the question was whether it would have hurt Dawes. St. Mary's Southeastern. This is 109 boxes out of 112. And we have the PNP's Christopher Brown having pulled ahead a bit now with 6,313 votes. JLP's Norman Dunn, 6,293. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP with 25. I am sure I heard Ron say this one was taken for the JLP. I'm sure I heard that.
St.
But he also said it was Dennis
the chairman's seat.
No, sir, I'm sure I said the other one. But all right. St. Mary Western, 129 of 147. Bobby Montague, JLP chairman, with 8,182. Omar Woodbine?
Yes.
Of the PNP, 7,403. Chase Neal of the JPP with 31 votes. St. Ann Northwestern, 127 out of 135. Crystal Lee is holding on to the lead with 7,428 votes. The PNP's Gabriella Morris, 7,077. And here's St. Ann Southwest, 81 out of 105 boxes. The incumbent Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,561 votes to the PNP's Danishka Williams, 4,104. Clive Edwards of the JPP with 30 votes. Go ahead.
PNP has taken Kingston Central.
Sorry, you have to talk louder.
This is showing that the PNP has taken Kingston Central. Let me see. With 100% of the boxes counted.
Okay, here we have it on screen. Steve McGregor pulled ahead. This is magisterial recount. 4,739 over Donovan Williams of the JLP. The incumbent 4,727. Swanee did the maths for me. 12 votes.
12, yes.
All right, this one is headed to a magisterial recount, but the preliminary vote shows Steve McGregor of the PNP. The winner, Garth Barnett of the UIC with 23 votes. And just to say for viewers and listeners that when you have these kinds of close results, as I said, it's inevitable the parties are going to ask for a magisterial recount. When you see like 200 or 50, that sounds like a small margin, but you're not overturning that in a magisterial recount. 12 votes they might be hoping to overturn. Clarendon Southeastern, Pernell Charles Jr., 94 boxes out of 144, 6,004 votes. Sian Barneswell of the PNP, 4,805. Sian Thomas, 38 votes. So Clifford, you start perk up again.
Been perked.
You know, I'm looking at the scales on the two sides. Yeah, at which point one is up and one is down. Here's Northern Clarendon, 95 boxes out of 100. The PNP's Wavell Hines, 5,000. Okay, this declared for Wavell Hines. So the cricketer heads the parliament. So we'll have a cricketer and an Olympian, it looked like.
Yeah. No, well, Nether Soul is but he played for Jamaica. He was another cricketer in Parliament years and years ago.
But even what's his name? Former PNP Gensec. His name is slipping me now. He's in St. Andrew.
Who? Julian?
Julian. He's a former cricketer.
At the youth level.
Yes. Okay. Good.
Yeah, we're talking. 129 boxes of 135. St. Ann Northwest, Crystal Lee continues to lead, 7,547 votes to Gabriella Morris, 7,242.
That's limiting the margin, I think.
Manchester Northwestern, 99 boxes out of 104. And this one, okay, Michael Phillips of the PNP, 6,687. Damian Young of the JLP, 5,516. And Trisha Stewart Angus, 36 votes. Okay, let's just give you this last one and then we go to the break. So this is nearly completed. So we can say Everard Warmington, this has been declared. Everard Warmington retains his seat. Let's go to a break. Stay tuned. You can hear some of the critical seats. We're still waiting to hear final results. We're back in a moment.
To the line of 32 is what you're saying then. Interesting stuff. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been quite interesting, and Cliff is about to butt in again, as he always does. And that is totally fine, Cliff. Right at you.
No.
Go right at it, sir.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, all I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, is that the numbers are showing. It is very interesting that on social media, as I've been following, the young people have been glued to their television sets. They have been glued to their laptops. A lot of them are saying, well, we have voted, let us see how our votes have come out. And I think for the first in a very long time, I get this sense and this energy that our generation, they want to participate more in the process, not just at the polls, but now they'll be talking more about accountability. Now they'll be talking more about they need to see in a future Jamaica. And so I think at the end of the day, notwithstanding, it's Jamaica has won in the sense that more people are engaged in the process. This myth, as Kevin calls it, and rightly so perhaps, that young people don't, vote or they're not engaged in the process might be dispelled, because we're seeing more and more people coming out and engaging in the process, not just at the polls, but we will see it beyond the polls where accountability and demands are concerned.
Well,
but
go ahead.
Sorry,
Desmond.
there are some. What is the final seat count? What it is?
34-29 we have now, based on where the parties are. We talk about declared seats based on the preliminary count and seats where a party is leading deep into the count. It's 34-29, 34 JLP. Yeah.
The other thing that we need to know, what percentage of the registered voters voted.
41%.
Voter turnout was about 41%?
Yeah, I saw that somewhere. It was about 41%.
That is low.
It's higher than last.
It is.
We had that discussion earlier about how
we had a raging debate earlier.
I was expecting at least 50. As a matter of fact, I was expecting a 55% turnout in this.
Yes.
Desmond, let's go to another Desmond. Hold the point there, former PAJ boss. Desmond McKenzie is with Ricardo Brooks at Belmont Road. Ricardo?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed. Please proceed.
All right, I'm here with JLP Deputy Local Government Minister Desmond McKenzie. Let me get your reaction to what's unfolding tonight.
Well, we're seeing history being created the first time in the history of this great and noble institution, the Jamaica Labour Party, the country. We have supported our efforts for a third term in government. I must use the opportunity to say to my party leader and Prime Minister that he has done wonders. He has done something that many, well, not few of us, few prime ministers before, from the Labour Party as a time. The results tonight, although not yet fully concluded, speaks volume to the work of the Labour Party government and the efforts that people take in the area of council and prosperity peace. Because a number of seats were targeted in your council, and you were able to retain the majority of seats. We're watching the numbers with Central Kingston. We will have that and the bigger information as to what will happen after that. But I am pleased of my advantage.
But you really took a battery tonight, though. The margin is basic. More difficulty is predicted.
Well, let us win. It is difficult to win a first one. It is even more difficult to win a second term. And mountain to climb, winning a fountain. Whatever the numbers are, if it's true, I'm a start to accept and appreciate that. So, to give credit and to thank those persons who has fallen virtue in the Labour Party for us in our job. Yes, so I take it all right. Yes, when those we down and the important thing is that we
the numbers we're seeing so far from West Central, St. Andrews, suggest the Prime Minister is actually locked in very close to the.
So what's happening there? No, that is, one of the things that a lot of people don't know, that in elections, there are polling stations that favors candidates. And when those boxes are in a county road, it is one of 4 cents. I would be saying the same thing. If it was in reverse.
Going over now to Portland Eastern, and all the boxes have been completed, and the People's National Party's candidate Isaac Buchanan has won that constituency. Now, Dion, I will be providing some more updates shortly because we're almost, as I said, almost there. 96% of the boxes counted. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kelisha, and really, really interesting here what it is we're seeing, and let me check in with our politicals and see how they're doing. Clifford?
I believe that there's still, I still believe there's way for us to go, but regardless of how it pans out, I think the big sign that we're getting from the people across the country is that they want change. They want to see some form of change. I think
this is the spinning that has
and started. I see that's a signal that we're getting. The people want change. We're seeing it in the Prime Minister's seat, and we're seeing it across the country as well.
Consistency is key. At the start of the night, I said we'd win, and we're there. We're almost there.
One owner didn't have it right, because the two of you said you were going to win. So,
Yeah, but
it could be a tie.
It's clear when you look at seats. Rhoda Crawford winning, holding on to that seat. When you look at Xavier Main performance, when you look at Norman Dunn holding on in his St. Mary's seat.
Tell me what has surprised you.
A surprise is that Anne-Marie Vaz. It's a big surprise. I had Mrs. Vaz in my numbers. It was a seat I thought would have won. It's not to be based on what we're seeing so far, but that's a big surprise for me tonight.
Clifford, what has surprised you?
Manchester Central was a surprise for me. I think that's a seat that we comfortably could have taken. So seeing how well Rhoda played out, that was very much a surprise for me.
Okay. You did that, perhaps you misinterpreted or underestimated the kind of work she's been doing?
Yes. But I think in my head how I had it, or that her I guess win in 2020 was mainly because of how broken the PNP base was at the time. I thought at the time, Donovan may have done the necessary work to mend defenses in that seat. But I guess her being known to be a hard worker is enough to push her, or was enough rather, to push her across the line.
Here's Clarendon Southeast, 120 boxes of 144. And we're seeing Pernell Charles Jr., 7,617. Cian Barneswell of the PNP, 6,832. Cian Thomas with 49 votes.
And where are we going next? So one of the child siblings remains in Parliament. Trelawney, Northern, we still have 5 boxes left. Let me see what y'all think about, this is, all right, me and the maths. Tova Hamilton of the JLP, let's stick to the numbers, I can't go wrong reading numbers. 7,894 to the PNP's Wickham McNeil, 7,746. St. Elizabeth Southeastern, 94 out of 109. Franklin Witt of the JLP, 8,000. Okay, I think 8,220. And Norman Scott of the PNP, 6,176. Raymond Dobbs of the JPP, 39 votes. St. Andrew East Rural, 129 of 137. Juliet Holness, 8,617. Patrick Peterkin, 7,865. Kamisha Hendricks has 46 votes, and Purcell Jackson, 38. Purcell, I think. St. James West Central, here we go. Haven't seen this for a bit. 80 boxes of 106. The JLP is Marlene Malahoo Fort, 4,704. Andre Horton of the PNP, 4,122. Clifford Barnett, 15 votes. And St. Anne Southwestern, 86 boxes of 105. Xavier Main of the JLP, 5,837. Danishka Williams, 4,280. Clive Edwards of the JPP, 30 votes. St. Anne Northwestern, 133 out of 135 boxes. And Crystal Lee of the JLP, 7,971 to Gabriella Morris of the PNP, 7,317. St. Mary's Southeastern. 1 box left here, and Norman Dunn of the JLP, 5,006. Let's start over. Norman Dunn of the JLP, 6,592. Christopher Brown of the PNP, 6,575. Mark Hutchinson, 26.
And that may be the seat I was thinking of in terms of the third candidate. Perhaps his vote making the difference. We don't know which way it might have gone, but, it raises that possibility.
Central Kingston as well, because the independent in Central Kingston got 23.
Yes.
And there's a difference between Steve McGregor and Donovan Williams of 12.
Trelawney Southern, 26 boxes of 96. Marissa, I feel like we've been stuck here. Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, 1,787. Paul Patmore of the PNP, 1,486.
But it was on the counting, on the numbers a little bit, because, coming into this particular election, what I had and what I've been sharing throughout the night with Clifford are the seats that the PNP had to take back to win the election. Southeast on the screen now is a weather vane seat. It has voted for the winning party for the last 5 elections, and it has given the nod in this instance to Franklin Witter retaining Southeast. I suspect a similar thing is happening in Southwest, which is the other weather vane seat where Floyd Green there is challenged by Miranda Wellington. And I expect the same out of Western St. Mary.
situation. It's back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Anthony Lugg, for that. And as you can see, we have our reporters on the ground. And here you're seeing the numbers. This indeed has been called for Heather Miller-Bennett of the PNP. Let me see, there's one box left, but the numbers here, 6,969 votes to Tamika Davis's 5,859. Leonard Sharp of the JPP picking up 54 votes. And we're back with West Central. Has this moved? This hasn't moved. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, listeners and viewers, and we've been seeing this result for a little while, so we're, of course, monitoring closely to see where it's going and what's happening here. That's St. Andrew West Central. Just to remind our viewers that we are on radio as well, which is why you hear us reading a lot of the results. This is Clarendon Southeast, 140 boxes of 144. Pernell Charles Jr., 9,207 votes to Sian Barneswell, 7,770. Called no for Pernell Charles officially. Had it been called before?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And by the way,
so I think which one I haven't seen for a while is that other St. Elizabeth seat, with slowly.
That's Northeast.
Yeah, slowly.
Yes.
Zuleika won that.
We haven't seen it come
Didn't
up.
Zuleika take that?
Was it declared?
I think so.
Well, it hasn't come up for.
You could declare.
By the way, it's
that.
particularly important because of what has happened with the telecom services. Many people are actually listening on radio.
Right.
So it's very important that they get these results.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is. This was with one box left to go, 124 boxes of 125. Zuleika Jess of the PNP, 8,283. So this indeed has been declared for Jess of the PNP over Delroy Slowly of the Jamaica Labour Party, who at this point had polled 7,693. And Myrie of the JPP picked up 20, and Joseph Pattison of the UIC picked up 11 votes.
This is a long-standing PNP seat. This is really just a rebalancing of everything with the anomaly of 2020. This is Kern Spencer, Raymond Price, and then Evan Redmond. This used to be a very strong PNP seat, so no surprises there.
I would say though that I think one of the things we have seen is, I mean, the rebalancing you're speaking of, sure, but at the same time also an indication that the voters can't be taken for granted. No. Look at Northern Trelawney, for instance, where we're seeing this. Has this been declared yet? Okay, Tova Hamilton, 8,062 votes. Wickham McNeil of the PNP, 7,788. So I take your point, Emily, but I also think that we are seeing a new generation of voters, and that seats that previously had been thought safe. I mean, Central Kingston is not going to be in anybody's safe column going forward. Declared now for Tova Hamilton, so Wickham McNeil, having traveled across Western Jamaica, wasn't successful in terms of getting back into Gordon House via Trelawney Northern. And again, this was a PNP seat. This, my point, exactly.
This is a big victory for the Labour Party.
Big victory there, I agree.
Tova Hamilton. She won in 2020, and she's back. She's going back to Parliament, hard-working member of Parliament. I'm very happy for her, just as I'm happy for Rhoda Crawford and many other persons.
Okay, we in fact have Nakinsky Robinson, who is in Trelawney Northern. Let's go to her.
I'm now at the Trelawney Multipurpose Stadium in Falmouth, where the counting has been concluded for the Trelawney Northern constituency. And the word that I'm getting from the election officials is that the seat was successfully retained by the incumbent member of parliament who was seeking a second term as MP, Tova Hamilton. Now, she is the first female member of parliament for Trelawney Northern, and she has successfully done so tonight from what we've heard. She was going up against the People's National Party representative, Dr. Wickham McNeil, who is the political juggernaut who is not new to the scene at all. And so he was seeking redemption because he was unseated when he served as Member of Parliament for Western Westmoreland in the 2020 general election. We saw very frantic and chaotic scenes here tonight where even one of the Jamaica Labour Party supporters, in the height of their excitement and partying, she passed out and she was rushed to seek medical attention. We've not gotten any word as to her state right now, but we're hoping that she is recovering well. But now the place has been emptied out. The lot is really and truly emptying out right now. As you can see behind me, there's a huge Jamaica Urban Transit Company bus, and just before we lines of traffic emptying out the lot, heading back.
The seat, and as I was saying, I think this exactly makes my point. The parties can no longer afford to be complacent and think of seats as, oh, safe PNP or safe JLP seats. And I think that's actually great for the country, great for the constituencies themselves, and overall, as I've been saying, great for democracy.
Yes, I agree.
Quite a few of the young women from the JLP who won in 2020 have been returned in 2025.
Right.
Over Hamilton, Rhoda May Crawford.
Crystal Lee.
Okay, here is Juliet Holness's seat now. St. Andrew East Rural, 130 of 137 boxes declared for Juliet Holness. So the former speaker holds on to her seat.
Yes.
If we can spend a moment and try and figure out what is happening in West Central St. Andrew, when it comes up on the screen, I want to see what is going on with the Prime Minister.
Well, I mean, the numbers hadn't moved, so.
Right, but when we get an update, it will move in favor of the Labour Party.
The numbers,
right, so the same.
It's the same, that's what I'm saying. It's been the last 2 or 3 times it's come up, it's been the same. So I suspect the next time we see it, it'll probably be completed.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time, well, I get nothing. I know a lot of the time, the people who are watching the counting.
And that is why I'm saying when it's changed the next time, you'll see party leader Dr. Andrew Holness.
I mean, what we have here is that Northeastern, or what my side is saying, that Southeastern St. Mary has been called for for Christopher Brown.
Yeah. No, so, sorry, you just got yourself in a whole heap of trouble with your party people there.
There it is.
Now,
yeah.
Dr. Dunn is leading. Yes.
So, but he hasn't changed from where it was before.
Yeah. Right. So there's only one box left there, and so you are saying that
you're saying it's been called for.
And that one box has given him.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. That's my understanding as well. By 12, I understand
another one going to
magisterial recount.
Yes, but we will see.
So whose column was that in for anybody?
That was a mistake for the PNP in my column. They needed to take back Southeast St. Mary. And they have, but again, I said, based on my count, it's still coming up a little short because of, the other areas that have not come fully. Yeah? So.
That's one of those cases, if indeed that win is confirmed, in which the PNP finally managed to take back a seat that has been with the JLP now for several terms.
Yes.
Two. And they've taken as well the Southeast St. Catherine with Dr. Alfred Dawes. That is also a big win. Robert Miller losing there, I think we already showed that. But again, when they did manage to wrestle Central Manchester from Rhoda Moy, that's a big, really big win or hold for the Jamaica Labour Party. So you do take one there, but then you don't take the other, and the numbers just don't add up. Yeah. Marlene Malahoo fourth as well in West Central St. James. I think you were hoping to take that one.
Yes.
You may come up just a little short with that one, even though it's not yet officially completed in terms of counting, but we shall see.
Okay, let's just Since you mentioned that, this is the latest we have from West Central St. James, 82 boxes of 106. The JLP's Marlene Malahoo fourth with 4,788. The JLP's Andre Horton 4,192. Clifford Barnett 15 votes. We'll go to a break. We're back with our live election show in just a moment.
I go left. Just go with golden, go with golden, go with golden, going golden, we going with golden, going golden, going golden, we ready for the road and we moving with golden, go with golden, go with golden, you want more golden, we got golden, going with golden, go with golden, go with, yay! Golden, 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 golden. Have you listened to the name? Golden, 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 golden. Everybody said the name. Golden, Mark, golden, real, golden. Wow, golden. They're around the way when we're strolling. So put your hands up, so. Every Jamaican, hands up, so. Time from that we know. On your mark, set, go. Golden, you're ready for the road. Oh, ah. Golden, we're ready for the road. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, we're ready. Yeah, we're ready. Born ready. Golden ready. Yeah. I yeah. I am
The RJR Gleaner Communications Group. Also with us, we have Ron Walsh. He is from Young Jamaica, an affiliate of the Jamaica Labour Party. Clifford James with us as well, from the PNP-YO, the youth arm of the People's National Party. Jamaica's parliament has 63 seats. Now, in the last election, 2020, the Jamaica Labour Party had won with a landslide, relegating the PNP to only 14 seats. So in this election, which party would get 32 seats first and would therefore form the government? And the last count we had got from our reporter who is at the electoral office tracking was 34 seats for the, here we go with the national count. Now, I think these are the declared seats, the completed seats, if I'm correct. 29 for the JLP and 28 for the PNP. The last count we had got, though, in terms of how all the seats were trending, was that the Jamaica Labour Party was leading, we had been told, in 34 seats, and the PNP leading in 29. So there are a few critical seats that we have still been watching. And here we have St. Mary's South East. And the PNP's Christopher Brown has taken this with 6,642. He has defeated the incumbent Jamaica Labour Party's Norman Dunn, 6,631. And that is an 11 vote difference. Yes, got it right that time.
Well, pause on that because this,
just one second. Mark Hutchinson of the JPP polled 26 votes.
I'm almost sure this is the second time for an 11 vote win in St. Mary Southeastern. Didn't Dr. Winston Green win by 11 over by the same Dr. Norman Dunn before? So this is interesting. We'll also head to a magisterial recount, but on the night, each of them having the 49.9%, but just split by 11 votes.
All right, we're still stuck on this, but just to remind our listeners as well, the count that takes place on election night is a preliminary count. Now, after tonight, then we will have what is called the final count. At the end of the final count, the parties then have the opportunity or the chance, if they wish, to apply for what is called a magisterial recount, which a parish judge would do. Normally you do that when you have a very, very small margin, and I was saying a little bit earlier on in the evening, a margin of 200 votes or 100 might sound like a very small margin, but you're not going to get that overturned in the magisterial recount. That is when now the parties are going to scrutinize, and the judge would scrutinize every single ballot, and you start to get arguing over where this X was marked and if this ballot was invalid and if this one was discarded and should not have been discarded. So there is a process that is going to be put in train as soon as tonight's preliminary counts are over. Here we have Trelawney Southern now, box 44 of 96, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert with 2,823 votes, and the PNP's candidate Paul Patmore, 2,608 votes. Just a reminder for our viewers, for our listeners, you'll hear me, all of us, we are here reading out the counts. That is because we are live on not just radio, but also not just TV, not just the internet, but also radio. So we are accommodating our radio listeners as well. And we thank you all so much for being here with us, wherever it is in the world you are joining us from. We know we have a huge following in the diaspora. We're happy to have you here with us as well. So that one, that still looks like only about 50% gone there. And I know we had heard that Paul Patmore was
likely to do well.
Yes, yes. But we'll see what happens when the final numbers come in there. So I would ask you, Earl, is there anything that has surprised you so far?
No, I expected it to be very close.
Yes.
And therefore, I'm not surprised at how close it has turned out to be. I think for many persons, the fact that with 18 boxes left in West Central St. Andrew, that the Prime Minister is, at least by what we have seen, trailing at the moment. but there are still 18 boxes to go, so he could very well, bring it home still.
One of the things our listeners and viewers will have heard throughout the night is you will hear one of the panelists saying something like it depends where the boxes are coming from. So in other words, you might have one candidate leading in a particular constituency, but if the boxes left to come in are coming from a stronghold of the other party, then you could see that result turn inside out. And that's basically what it is we're kind of seeing happening throughout the night. Sometimes you see the seesawing of the votes going between the two candidates. A lot of the times that's what's taking place. Yeah. Okay, so now the issue in relation to what happens as soon as this is over, as we've said, the party that is declared the victor, we're going to be declared the victor, we're going to expect to hear, because of course, viewers and listeners, we are going to be with you until the end. So we are going to be waiting to hear whoever gives their victory speech, whoever gives their concession speech. And we were talking the other night, Earl, about a night, in fact, when there was no concession speech.
Yes, and that was 2007. I think it was 2007. It was that close, and Prime Minister Portia Simpson Miller did not concede that night. They were awaiting some recounts. Yeah. But by the next day, it was clear that the JLP had won.
Just as though the JLP will win tonight again. So,
well,
yes. Yeah.
So do y'all actually prepare two speeches? We hear you have to have two speeches, or our people just come out and talk?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I'm sure that the leader of the Labour Party would have prepared one speech, because from the get-go it was clear that Jamaicans would choose Jamaica, and we're seeing it tonight.
Okay, you never stop. You don't stop. You don't stop. Clifford, come.
I'm just curious, are they choosing Jamaica? Because from what I'm seeing, the PNP has gained massive ground in this election, regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister. I think that's one thing that the PNP should tap on his shoulder.
This is a sport, right? This is a sport. You have to have a winner, you have to have a loser. Tonight, you're the loser.
And clearly, the most honourable Andrew Holness would not be the winner in this situation. Well,
of course, he's leading the Labour Party to victory.
St. Anne Southwest declared for Xavier Main, and we previously declared the previous seat, which kind of went fast.
Crystal Lee. And Danishko.
Right, declared for, there we go, declared for Crystal Lee of the Jamaica Labour Party. 8,050 votes to 7,488 for Gabriella Morris of the People's National Party.
Right.
Gabriella Morris had been a senator, throwing her hat here into the representational ring, so coming up short this time around.
This means there's no change at all in St. Anne. The PNP went in with Southeast, which is their bastion. They've held that. This is Lisa Hanna's seat, Foggy Mullings' old seat, crucial to the PNP base. Northeast St. Anne, which is Shahini Robinson's old seat, has been held by Matthew Samuda. St. Anne Northwest, Crystal Lee won that in 2020, and she has retained it, fought off the challenge by Gabriella Morris. And then St. Anne Southwest, that's the Xavier Main seat that he has also held, that particular one. So there's no change between 2020 and 2025 in St. Anne.
So here's a question now. So let's assume for argument's sake.
Him and the party to decide, I suppose.
Yeah. Emily?
Yeah, there are a couple ways that I will look at this. I keep saying that 2020 was an electoral anomaly. It still is in many respects. So that what has emerged from 2020 is that the people are willing to re-elect a very hard-working member of parliament, even if that member of parliament started out as an anomaly in 2020, but they've continued to doing good work. So I say this, so I believe Rhoda Moore Crawford, I believe Crystal Lee, and Tova Hamilton, who had some issues. She has clearly rebalanced them, and perhaps it is setting a new sort of trend. If we look at it that way, then perhaps for Mark Golding and the PNP, they shouldn't be so swift to seek to discard him, because they're coming from a point where Dr. Peter Phillips was perhaps deemed to be an individual who could not take the PNP to where the PNP is at this time.
And a lot of people hadn't thought Golding would be able to cross the line at all.
Right.
Can I just jump in on you and say that I'm hearing that the official voter turnout has come in at 38.8%, which is bad.
That is 1% above the COVID years.
Yes.
And I certainly, based on the crowds I saw and the anticipation, I thought we were heading to a 55% voter turnout. So I don't know what has gone wrong, why so many people have not, but that is something we said we should study again, as we said at the start of the program.
Yeah. May I take you back to the question of Mark Golding's future in the PNP as leader? We have got to the point now where, so he's 60 this year. If they go to the full term, this incoming administration, he would then be 65. I think more and more voters are not looking too kindly in the Jamaican context at someone taking the reins of government heading towards 70. And I think that might, despite what I said earlier, it may be one of the things that they will consider when deciding whether to stick with the leader or seek a younger person to take them forward.
We're going back to EOJ now with Kalisha.
Thank you so much, Dion. So we're almost there. 99% of all the boxes counted. And what I'm seeing behind me, the latest figure, just refreshed, the People's National Party leading in 30 constituencies, the Jamaica Labour Party leading in 33. Now, I'm going to tell you the areas where we're still waiting on all the boxes to be completed. St. Andrew West Central, 83%. The People's National Party leading in that area. Going down now to St. Andrew East Rural, the St. Andrew East Rural, where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Trelawney Southern, 78% of all boxes counted, and the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in that constituency. Moving over now to Clarendon Northern, 97% of all the boxes counted, and we're seeing where the Jamaica Labour Party, is trailing in that constituency in Clarendon Northern. We're going down, I think that is it in terms of the progress report for all the constituencies so far. So we're waiting just on a few more constituencies to go. We're seeing where Trelawney Southern, that's the one where we're having only 70%, just over 70% of all the boxes counted in that constituency as well, Dion. So, we're seeing another change, Dion. I tell you, the things can change quite quickly here at the ECJ. I'm seeing now where the Jamaica Labour Party is leading in 34 constituencies, and the People's National Party is leading in 29 constituencies. And as I said, we're almost at the finish line. It's back to you.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Great work that you have been doing for us throughout the night. And as you're saying, they just about an inch there from the finish line. So the whole issue now, in terms of the extremely close seats, I think it's 2 we've seen.
Yes, 2 so far.
Yeah. The Central Kingston and the Southeast St. Mary, which is, I mean, there have been elections where we've seen quite a few more that have been very, very close. But we were talking there about the voter turnout because, again, this suggests that neither party is exciting the electorate beyond your narrow base. If we can't even get to 4 out of 10 registered voters deciding to come out to vote. So I'm not sure where that leaves us or where we're going with this project we call democracy.
By the way, despite all that has been said tonight about the individual performances of MPs, one wonders what impact the last-minute promises in terms of various forms of tax relief, etc., might have had on the votes in some of these constituencies where, somebody's decision to go, for example, for the promise of minimum wage increase, or go for the pension, or go for the 3.5.
Because one of the things I've been saying, in fact, is that the polling numbers that we had been getting, when I looked at the dates that the pollsters were in the field, so many things happened after that.
So it wasn't tracking with those.
Yeah, in terms of debates, in terms of the announcement, in terms of the, even the manifestos in some cases being released and what was happening. So I always felt that those poll numbers weren't going to give us a really indicative sense, but as Don said, his polls had indicated that we were going to see a close election, and indeed we've seen that.
Yeah.
And I think there's been a lot of attempts to try and discredit the RGR Gleaner Dunn and some polls, and I think what we're seeing here from this election is that they were tracking.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a close election in my view. And I think the context is so important. This is the first time ever that a Jamaica Labour Party government is facing the possibility of a third term in office. And on top of that, all of the challenges...
Hold on, Emily. Here's an update. 93 boxes of 105 in the Prime Minister's constituency. He's now ahead here. 5,387 votes to Paul Buchanan of the PNP, 4,904. So 93 boxes, so that is 5 and 7, which is 12 boxes left to count.
Disciples.
Never in doubt.
No, I can visualize Desmond Mackenzie wiping the Prime Minister's face with the change in the set, because that must have been a moment. Paul Buchanan did say he's going to unseat Andrew Holness, and he has come pretty close, but things are changing. Yeah. Trelawney South, I think we had a look at that before.
Declared.
No, it's declared.
Yes.
So it has reverted to the norm.
That
in
was
terms of
expected.
expectations.
That is Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. She walked out the parliament, she resigned, she went back, she won the seat in a by-election. They call her Mama down there for good reasons, Mama D. And she's back.
She has delivered once again.
But I'm saying the context of this election is that it's an historical first for the JLP. And there is a third term syndrome. As we look at West Central, St. James, where Marlene Malahoo Fort is leading with 91 of 106 boxes there. She's leading Dr. Andre Horton, 5,157 to 4,710 for Andre. So you're battling that third term syndrome, and for all of the kitchen sink and so forth that has been thrown at Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party, one really shouldn't be able to recover from that and to even win a third term with all of those conditions prevailing. So I think when the history books are written, there are a lot of pluses that have to go to the JLP, a lot of pluses too to Mark Golding for bringing back the PNP from near virtual electoral dead to making them reclaim some of the seats that they lost in 2020.
I think we're seeing live pictures here of the JLP headquarters.
Yes.
So we're waiting to go back to the headquarters and to hear what's happening. Of course, as soon as the various leaders are ready to speak, we'll have that live for you as well.
And by the way, if indeed the turnout for this election is only 1% above 2020, it also says something about the significance of the PNP's move from 14 seats last time to 29 or thereabouts this time. It would seem, therefore, that the PNP has recovered a significant portion of the vote.
Because when you looked at the numbers, between 2016 and 2020, yes, the voting was down and people were saying COVID and so on. But when you looked at the actual numbers, the PNP had lost 127,000 voters. The JLP had lost only about 28,000.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, there were some constituencies in which the JLP actually managed to increase its vote count. Is this the same number or it gone
No,
up?
it has gone up.
97
Yes.
votes, 97 boxes here out of 105. And your wholeness of the JLP, 5,989. Paul
now.
Buchanan of the PNP, 4,923.
Right. And I think a story will have to be told as well about this comeuppance with the 3rd of September. Because it was the 3rd of September 2007.
Yes.
3rd of September 16?
16, yes.
2020? 2020 rather.
2020.
And now the 3rd of September 2025, which is the first.
Man, we get ourselves into a cycle where every 3rd of September
is probably talking fixed election day, but it will be the 3/3 of September for the first third term for the JLP.
Just to say this seat has now been declared for Prime Minister Andrew.
As expected, as expected.
You did say that.
Very good run, Mr. Buchanan. Very good run, Paul Buchanan. You did promise you'd beat Andrew Holness, and you came pretty close to that, because I didn't even look at West Central in my calculation because I thought it was a done deal. But he's done well. Yeah?
Clifford, you ready to concede it? There has to be a point.
I think regardless of who becomes the Prime Minister, who walks into Gordon House as government, the PNP has done amazing tonight in many different ways, coming from where we were at with 14, with our broken base, the part that was in ruins. I think Mark Golding and Dayton Campbell has done well in bringing back the party and has represented what the PNP is to the Jamaican people, and has sold the PNP to many people as well, because as I said before, the whole country in general has signaled that they want some sort of change, whether it is from the MP level or whether it's from the national level. They want to see some sort of change.
But still with only 38% of the vote.
There are various accounts for that, like the mishap with today and the growing trend of voter apathy. But in general, people want to see some level of change.
I think what the Jamaican people want is to continue with the Labour Party. When you look at what has happened since 2016 until now.
Sorry, hold on. The voter turnout doesn't support that, you know. Because what you have is, do the maths, 62% of registered voters who never came out at all. Right. So that's if 3 out of 4 registered voters came out, 6 out of 10 didn't come out. Now, when I did the math in 2020, when we had about the same voter turnout, when you actually looked at how many people had voted for the party in power, which is a JLP, it was actually only 20% of registered voters. So because the voter turnout is so low, you're essentially a minority government in terms of support from the voting public as a whole. So it's one thing to say, yes, we won, but surely it must be sobering. So that's why I'm taking issue with you saying this is what the people wanted, because in fact it's a minority who have put you into power. I know it's winner takes all and first past the post.
I agree, but at the same time it is the persons who come out to vote. Yes, so what we have...
No, stop right there. That's the point, you know. Listen to what you just said. The persons who came out to vote, most people didn't. So what that means is that most people didn't want either of you. So what does that say about how you relate to them and how you relate to the country?
And that's where I'm going to. I think that is what we have to do as political parties. You know, we have to engage. We have to find new strategies to engage the Jamaican people. And that is something that we, as political parties in the country, will have to start to look at, because it cannot continue at 37. I think it was about 37 point something last election, and now it's at 38.
We don't have the COVID excuse again.
37.8.
In 1993, I believe it was 60%, thereabout. So it
60.28, yes.
60.28. So,
but in all fairness, Rowan, I don't know what can be done to get people out. If people were not electrified for this election...
Hold a stick up in for me. Let's go over to the JLP headquarters. Andrew's on location.
The government at the time
Thank you very much, Dion. The mood here at the JLP headquarters shifted a bit earlier when they saw the numbers of Paul Padmore in the Prime Minister's constituency when he was leading a bit. So the numbers shifted a bit. I'm going to speak to this supporter. When you saw the numbers shifted for the Prime Minister's constituency, what was going through your mind?
I mean, I wasn't devastated by that. If you recall the last election, when the count started for the Prime Minister's seat, he was also trailing. So if you look at the historic count of that seat, you see that the Prime Minister is always trailing, and then in the end, he became victorious. So tonight was no different for me because I understood what happened. It's not my first time in an election. So while he was trailing, I knew that in the end, the Prime Minister would come home. He is our 1 PM, he is our brogan, he is the helm of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there could not be a third term without Andrew Holness. So once we knew that we were winning the third term, Andrew Holness had to win his seat.
Were you always a JLP supporter?
Yeah, well, from the time I started following politics, I became a JLP supporter because I vote based on policies and not family lines and traditions. So I'm not a die-hearted comrade or a die-hearted JLP. I vote based on policies and the history of Jamaica's politics as well. So the JLP has always been better in terms of managing the economy. The JLP is founded out of a need to support the working class. I am a working class. I'm looking forward to climb that corporate ladder. And the JLP has statistically in history done better for working class and for the economy. So I had to support the JLP.
Right, and very quickly before we go, because we got so excited to talk, I forget to ask you your name and which constituency you voted in.
So my name is Ramon Bradshaw, and I voted in Eastern St. Catherine. It's not PNP safety, but I still exercise my right to vote.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, Dion, the party-like atmosphere has started again here at Belmont Road, and we'll check in with you later.
Thank you so much, Andrew. So let me just go back to the voter turnout issue and give our listeners and our viewers a sense of where we're coming from. Just to remind you, you're watching TVJ's live coverage of the 2025 general election. I'm Dion Jackson Miller. Thank you all so much for staying with us across the platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, on onespotmedia.com. Those of you here at home and those of you abroad, we are happy to have had you, and we hope you continue to us. We're taking you right till the end of tonight. All right, so if we just look at the later years, because we know, earlier and all kind of things that go on. So if we look at from 96, let's choose 97, that was a 65% voter turnout, right? 2002, we were down to 59%. 2007 was 61. 2011, we're at 53%. 2016, as I said, the first year we fell below 50% with 48%, and 2020, 35%, and now 2025, 38% voter turnout, only 4 in every 10 registered voters bothering to come out and vote. Emily was saying something before we paused, saying she's not sure what else we can do. But Emily, my view has always been, I have never thought that the two major parties have seriously tried to attract anybody other than their base. When you even look at the campaigning, what is the campaigning? It's under the point, orange and green, and make noise on the campaign trail. It's fun to watch. It really is. But for people who are not inclined to join in the carnival and the singing of the songs and whatever, and want serious engagement. What's that?
Carnival of the absurd.
For people who are not looking for that, I have not seen either party making any serious attempt to pull in everybody else.
But let me try and respond to it. I don't know the answer to all of that, but the numbers can't be quoted in a vacuum. When we were at 1997 with 65.22%, there was 1.1 million voters on the list. In 2002 with 59.4, there was 1.3 million. In 2007 with 61.4, there was 1.336 million. For whatever reason, in 2016, we jumped to 1.8 million people on this voters list. 1.8 million in a population of approximately 3 million. And in September 2020, we're at 1.9. This election, we're 2.07. Where so much people come from on the list when we have 3 million people in Jamaica? Is the list completely clean of dead people? And are there dead people on the list who can't make it? And so the voter turnout will never be larger than it is because we have a ballooning list for hundreds of thousands of people that we need to double check. I don't understand it. And the reason I'm asking this question tonight is because I have been watching elections since 1980. This is the first election I'm seeing such fervor and energy. Every man and them dog. Every animal in the house energized.
Hold the man and the dog for me. Let's just go to the break. I'm told the updated voter turnout figure, 39.33%. 39.33%. And we're back right after this.
Of what is happening to people out there. The Weekend Star. We gather the most interesting, the most compelling, and most entertaining stories to kickstart your weekend. The Weekend Star. Still the people paper. Get your copy this Friday.
It's Jamaica versus.
It's live. All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, good evening, comrades. Good evening. As we welcome our party leader to the stage, please, with all the work that he has done over the past couple of years. Party leader, we say thank you. No, comrades, thank you very much for being here and for staying here. Comrades, we're going to do this quick and short because I want to make sure that you hear the comrade leader because that's why you are here. But I'm first going to ask the General Secretary, who has been phenomenal as the campaign director. Yes, in terms of charting the path. And I know that there were some who believed he couldn't do the fantastic job as campaign director and hold on that seat. But he made sure to bring home Eastern Westmoreland. Comrades, Comrade Jensen, Comrade Aiden Campbell.
Comrade Chair, Comrade Leader, and a man who I'm proud to call Comrade Leader. Very proud of the work that you have done, Comrade Mark Golding, to unite our party, to energize our party, and to allow us to be very competitive in an election. To the other officers on the platform, campaign spokespersons, newly elected member of parliament, listen. Now, comrades, we did not get the result that we wanted today, but we are a democratic party that believes in the process, and we believe in putting forward our ideas to the people and campaigning vigorously and for them to make a decision. And we accept the decision that the public makes at any time. Not only when it is in our favor, we accept the decision that the public makes. I want to commend each and everyone on this platform and in this audience who believed in what we had to say and believe in the mission and vision of the PNP led by Mark Jefferson Golding. We started from way behind. We started with 14 constituencies. I believe at the end of the night we are at 29, which represents more than 100% increase in the number of constituencies represented by the People's National Party. It is true that there is no second place in politics and that we're still in opposition, but we will commence the work beginning tomorrow to ensure that the PNP will be the next government in the future. Thank you very much. Be safe on the road. God bless you.
Comrades, it is time to ask the party leader to come to the stage. I want you to give Mikey G a big PNP welcome and a thank you.
What? What the fuck?
The media is begging a minute. Should I give them a minute? All right, we're going to give them a minute. We'll give them a minute. We'll give them a minute.
First child. No, stop.
Yeah. Comrade Chairman, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade Officers, all of the comrades on the platform, all the comrades in the audience, all the people of Jamaica who are listening, watching. First of all, I think it's my duty as a believer in democracy to acknowledge and concede the result and to congratulate our opponents, the Jamaica Labour Party, for their victory tonight. Jamaica's democracy is important and we must cherish it. Sometimes it brings bitter disappointments. Sometimes those disappointments are laced with a tinge of a sense that not all is fair and just, but it is very, very important that we put democracy ahead of all of those feelings. And I accept the result of these elections. And although obviously I'm very disappointed in the outcome, I think it is only correct to expressly acknowledge the success that our opponents have managed to gain today. I want to thank a lot of people. And first of all, I have to thank the comrades and supporters of South St. Andrew for standing with me, for coming out today in their numbers, and for giving us a decisive victory in the constituency, which I have the honor to serve. I also want to thank our campaign team, led by our campaign director, our general secretary, Dayton Campbell, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Also a newly minted member of parliament. Congratulations to him on his victory in East and Westmoreland. And all the other members of the campaign team who worked with him. There are a number of names there. I don't want to attempt to go through all those names because I'm going to probably forget somebody and then I'll regret it. But they have done a tremendous job. The communications team, I want to thank them publicly for the work they have done. And that is a night and day kind of job. It starts very early in the morning and goes on till late at night. So their commitment to the task at hand is remarkable, and I want to thank them deeply for it. All of our candidates who ran in this election and their campaign teams, I want to thank them for their effort, for their commitment to the country, to the democratic process. I want to, of course, congratulate the 29 who have been successful tonight. And we have more than doubled our number of MPs tonight. And for those who were not first and didn't, they still committed themselves extremely well. And I want to say that this was a wonderful demonstration of the maturity of Jamaica's political process, that we could go through such a closely fought election without any violence to speak of. And, we must all give ourselves a round of applause. In our homes, if you're listening, here at PNP headquarters, because that was not always the case. And I want to just thank all of the pioneers who led that process to where it is today, where I think we can safely say that Jamaica is a place that really cherishes and respects the democracy that we have built. I want to thank the people of Jamaica for having received us so well and having given us, hundreds of thousands of votes and given us 29 seats. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for your time today. I know the voting was often painfully slow, and that's an issue which more will have to be said about, because it's an undemocratic situation when people, elderly and other people, have to be in the hot sun lining up to vote for sometimes hours. And it should not be that way. we should do better, and we have to do better. Must tell you that I'm proud of the platform that we put forward for the people of Jamaica. It was a truly progressive platform, a platform that offered a radical reform to the land tenure issues that have plagued this country for centuries. A radical platform that would have enhanced the standard of living and quality of life of those working families that are struggling to survive now by giving them significantly lower tax burdens on their income. Progressive in a social justice sense as well, around issues such as beach reform, contract work, and other things which really need to be addressed because there are injustices in our society which cannot be tolerated and should be modified and rejected in their current form. So I just want to thank all of the team that came together and developed those ideas and put them forward boldly and without reticence. And I think that for many Jamaicans, they saw the benefits and the power that that platform and those ideas and proposals would have delivered. So, ladies and gentlemen, for us, it's a difficult night. This is not an easy speech to make. You know, one wasn't hoping for a result which is not success. And it means that the government will get its third term and we will have as a nation to deal with that going forward. But the People's National Party, I'm happy to tell you, is alive and well, is a powerful political organization. And has embraced modernity in its methods and has definitely, I think, over the last few years, come a long way towards being a competitive political force in Jamaica. And as the General Secretary said, the work begins right away to prepare ourselves for the next opportunity to offer ourselves to serve the nation in government. And I believe the people will, in due course, give us that chance. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, the word is love. Power to the people. God bless you all. Thank you for your support.
Comrades, as we leave today, we leave as we always do, with the singing of Jamaica Arise.
The trumpet sounded, my tongue in my heart, and from your stand, and dreary, the bar, on progress may falter, and energies wane. Stand up and stand fast assurance that God will look down and give us his blessing or efforts to crown. Let all be united to live by his grace. Oh, Jamaica, Allah, I think it's true.
Good night, comrades.